Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and closest friends. Even now, more than 30 years later, my hands shake when I think about what happened on that cold November morning in 1989. I was 27 years old then, living about 40 miles outside of Elkins in Randolph County, West Virginia. Each year, like clockwork, I'd head into the mountains for deer season. It wasn't just hunting, it was tradition, something my father taught me and his father taught him. That year was different though. That year changed everything. The day started like any other hunting trip. I woke up around 4:30 in the morning, made some coffee in an old percolator that had seen better days, and packed my gear. The temperature was in the low 30s, cold enough to see your breath, but not bitter enough to make you miserable. Perfect hunting weather. I remember wearing my favorite red and black checkered wool coat, thermal underwear, and those thick wool socks my mum had given me the previous Christmas. I had my trusty Remington 30-06 that had been with me since I was 18. My buddy Steve was supposed to meet me at the base of the mountain around 5:15. We'd been hunting these woods together since high school. The plan was simple. We'd hike up different paths and meet back at his truck around dusk. Cell phones weren't a thing back then, at least not for regular folks like us. We just set a time and trusted each other to be there. I remember checking my watch when I pulled into our meeting spot, 5:12, 3 minutes early. Steve's beat-up blue Ford F-150 was already there, headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. He was drinking coffee from a thermos, listening to some country music station playing low on the radio. "Morning," he said when I got in to warm up for a minute. "Weather report says clear all day." We went over our plan one more time. He'd take the eastern path up the ridge, and I'd go up the western side. The mountain wasn't particularly tall by West Virginia standards, maybe 2,000 feet, but the terrain was rough. Lots of thick underbrush, fallen trees, and sudden drop-offs that could twist an ankle if you weren't careful. "Good luck," Steve said as we parted ways at the trailhead. "Don't shoot anything I wouldn't shoot." I laughed and headed west, my flashlight beam bouncing along the forest floor. The woods were quiet that morning, just the occasional snap of a twig under my boots and the soft hooting of an owl somewhere in the distance. The sky was just beginning to lighten above the trees, that deep blue color right before sunrise. After about an hour and a half of steady climbing, I reached a spot that looked promising. The trees opened up into a small clearing, giving a good view of a game trail below. I scanned around for a good spot to set up when I noticed something I hadn't expected, an abandoned tree stand about 20 feet up an old oak tree. Now, finding random tree stands in these woods isn't that unusual. Hunters build them and sometimes abandon them when they find better spots. This one looked sturdy enough, a simple wooden platform with a rail around 3 sides, attached to the tree with heavy-duty bolts. It was weathered but solid. I decided to check it out. After securing my rifle to my back with its strap, I climbed up, testing each handhold carefully. When I reached the platform, I was pleased to find it was more solid than it looked from below. The wooden planks creaked a little under my weight, but they held firm. From up there, I had an excellent view of the surrounding area, the game trail below, the dense forest stretching in all directions, the morning fog still clinging to the valley. I settled in, propping my back against the tree trunk. I placed my rifle across my lap, set my backpack beside me, and took out a couple of oranges I'd packed for a snack. The sweet, tangy smell filled the air as I peeled them, dropping the rinds onto the forest floor below. In hindsight, that was probably my first mistake. The morning passed slowly. I saw a few squirrels, a fox, but no deer. By mid-morning, the temperature had risen to maybe the mid-40s. The sun was filtering through the trees, creating patches of warm light on the forest floor. It was peaceful up there, just me and the woods and the occasional bird call. I must have dozed off at some point. It happens sometimes when you're sitting still for hours in the quiet of the forest with the warm sun on your face. One minute I was watching a blue jay hop from branch to branch, and the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake, unsure of how much time had passed. What woke me wasn't a sound, it was a smell, an overwhelming putrid odor that hit me like a physical force. If you've ever driven past roadkill that's been baking in the summer sun for days, it was like that, but worse. Mixed with a strong, musky animal smell and something else I couldn't identify. It was so powerful, it made my eyes water. My first thought was, bear. We have black bears in these woods, and they can smell pretty bad, especially in the fall when they're gorging on whatever they can find before winter. But this was different, stronger, wrong, somehow. I blinked the sleep from my eyes and checked my watch. It was 11:23. I'd been asleep for nearly an hour. As I became more alert, I realized the forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing, just that awful smell getting stronger. My heart started beating faster as I slowly reached for my rifle. Something wasn't right. Years of hunting had taught me to trust that feeling. I carefully leaned forward to look down at the ground below the tree stand. That's when I saw it. Directly below me, maybe 15 feet from the base of the tree, was something. At first glance, it looked like a small, hunched-over person covered in hair, but it wasn't a person. It was about 5 feet tall, covered completely in reddish-brown hair or fur that looked matted in places. It was crouched down, examining something on the ground, my orange peels. It was picking up the orange peels I'd dropped earlier, smelling them, turning them over in its hands. Hands, not paws. Hands with fingers, long, dark fingers that moved with surprising dexterity. I froze completely. My breath caught in my throat and I tried desperately not to make a sound. Whatever this thing was, it hadn't noticed me yet, and I wanted to keep it that way. Then I heard something else moving through the forest. Something big. The undergrowth was being pushed aside, small trees swaying as whatever it was approached from the direction of the ridge. The smaller creature's head snapped up, alert but not afraid. It made a soft chattering sound, almost like it was talking to itself. From the trees emerged the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. Another creature, similar to the first, but much, much larger. This one stood at least 8 feet tall, maybe 9, walking upright on 2 legs. Its body was covered in dark, almost black fur that hung in long strands from its massive arms. The proportions were all wrong for a human. Too big, too broad, arms too long, but it moved like a person, striding purposefully toward the smaller one. They began vocalizing to each other. I can't even properly describe the sounds they made. It wasn't growling or animal noises, it was language, complex vocalizations that sounded almost like human speech played backward, with deep guttural tones mixed with higher chittering sounds. They were communicating. What struck me most was how they moved their hands while they talked. Gestures that were shockingly human, pointing, making sweeping motions, even what looked like counting on fingers at one point. The smaller one seemed agitated, moving around nervously, while the large one stood mostly still, occasionally turning its massive head to scan the surroundings. I was completely paralyzed with fear. Not the kind of fear where you want to run, the kind where your body simply shuts down. I couldn't have moved if my life depended on it. My legs were trembling so badly I had to press them against the platform to stop them from rattling the wood. My whole body felt hot despite the cool air, and sweat was pouring down my back and forehead. I was certain I was going to pass out. Then the worst happened. The smaller creature suddenly stopped moving. It slowly raised its head and looked up, directly at me. For one horrible moment our eyes met. Its eyes were dark and intelligent, set deep under a prominent brow. There was recognition there, not just that it saw something, but that it understood what it was seeing. It knew I was a human. It knew I didn't belong there. The creature immediately dropped into a crouch and let out a sound that still haunts my nightmares. It wasn't a scream or a roar, it was a howl that started low and rose in pitch until it felt like it was drilling into my brain. The sound echoed through the trees, bouncing off the mountainside. The larger creature immediately responded with its own howl, even louder and more prolonged. The sound physically hurt my ears. Then it did something I'll never forget. It looked up directly at me in the tree stand. Those eyes, dear God, those eyes. They were enormous, dark, but with visible irises and unmistakably intelligent. Not animal eyes, something else, something that understood exactly what I was and why I was there. Its face was flat with a wide nose, large round nostrils flaring as it scented the air. The brow ridge protruded sharply over those terrifying eyes. It raised one massive long arm and placed it above its eyes, as if shielding them from the sun to see me better. The gesture was so human it made my stomach turn. This thing wasn't just some animal, it was watching me, studying me, deciding what to do about me. My rifle was right there on my lap, but I never even thought about raising it. Some primal part of my brain knew that would be the worst possible move. This creature could tear down this tree if it wanted to. My only hope was to remain absolutely still and pray it would lose interest. A thought kept repeating in my head like a desperate prayer. Please don't try to climb up here. Please don't try to climb up here. My mouth was dry and I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I was certain the creatures could hear it too. The smaller one backed away slowly, still making those strange vocalizations. Lower now, almost like whimpering. It disappeared into the underbrush, moving with surprising speed and agility for its size. The larger creature continued to stare at me. I have no idea how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, but was probably less than a minute. Then, without warning, it turned away. It didn't run or show any sign of fear. It simply turned and walked with long, deliberate strides in the direction the smaller one had gone. As it walked away, it let out several more of those long, echoing howls. Each one seemed to vibrate through my entire body. Then I heard a rhythmic thumping sound. The creature had picked up a large branch and was hitting it against the trees as it moved through the forest, creating a steady, deliberate pattern. Not random, it was a signal of some kind. The sounds gradually faded as the creature moved further away, but that smell lingered in the air. I remained frozen in the tree stand, too terrified to move, too afraid to even reach for my water bottle even though my throat was painfully dry. My legs were still shaking uncontrollably. I stayed there for what my watch told me was 32 minutes, though it felt much longer. Every sound in the forest, every breeze rustling the leaves, every distant bird call sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I kept expecting the creatures to come back, maybe with more of their kind. Eventually, I realized I couldn't stay in the tree forever. The sun was already past its peak, and I needed to get down and find Steve to warn him. With trembling hands, I secured my rifle to my back again and began the careful climb down the tree stand. My legs nearly buckled when my feet hit solid ground. I stood there for a moment, scanning the forest in every direction, my hand on my rifle. The smell had dissipated somewhat, but traces of it still hung in the air, reminding me that what I'd seen was real, not some bizarre hallucination. I started making my way back down the mountain, moving as quietly as I could while still maintaining a fast pace. Every few steps I would stop, listen and look around. The forest seemed normal again. Birds were calling, squirrels chattering, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. About halfway down the mountain, I literally ran into Steve. He was coming up the trail, moving quickly, his face pale. When he saw me, he grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. "Those howls? Jesus Christ, man. What was that?" Before I could answer, he continued, "I saw something running through the trees near the eastern ridge. At first I thought it was a bear, but it was too tall, moving on two legs, black as night, moving fast as hell through terrain that would have most people stumbling every few feet." A chill ran down my spine. "I saw it too," I managed to say, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. "There were two of them, up near the old oak clearing. We stood there on the trail, two grown men afraid to speak above a whisper, constantly looking over our shoulders. I told him everything, the smaller creature, the communication between them, those eyes staring right into mine. Steve didn't question me, didn't laugh or suggest I was exaggerating. He believed every word because he'd seen enough himself to know I was telling the truth. "We need to get out of here," he said finally. "Now." We practically jogged down the rest of the mountain, no longer concerned with being quiet. Every snapping twig behind us made us move faster. Neither of us spoke again until we reached his truck. Once inside with the doors locked, a futile gesture if those creatures decided to come after us, we sat in silence for a few moments, just breathing. Finally, Steve started the engine, the familiar rumble bringing some small comfort. "What do we do now?" I asked as we pulled away, gravel crunching under the tires. Steve was quiet for a long moment, eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Nothing," he said at last. "We do nothing." Who'd believe us? They'd think we were drunk or crazy or playing a prank. He was right, of course. This was 1989 in rural West Virginia, before the internet made sharing strange encounters easier, before shows about cryptids and Bigfoot were on every channel. We'd be laughed out of town, our reputations ruined, so we made a pact right there in that truck. We wouldn't tell anyone except our closest family. We wouldn't go to the papers or the police. And we would never, ever hunt on that mountain again. I've kept that promise all these years. I still hunt, but never alone, and never in that part of the county. Sometimes when I'm in the woods and the wind changes, I catch a whiff of something that reminds me of that smell, and my heart starts racing all over again. I don't know what those creatures were. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, some unknown species. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that they're out there. They're intelligent, they communicate, and they know we're here too. Just last week, I was watching a documentary about primates. They showed some gorillas using simple sign language, and I nearly dropped my coffee mug. The way they moved their hands was so similar to what I saw that day in the woods. It brought it all rushing back, the smell, the sounds, those eyes looking directly into mine. I still dream about those eyes. I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling watched, feeling hunted. My wife says I cry out in my sleep sometimes, words she can't understand. I wonder if I'm trying to speak their language in my dreams. I'm sharing this now because I'm not getting any younger, and this story shouldn't die with me. I know what I saw. I know they're real. And I know that deep in the forests of Randolph County, they're still out there, watching and waiting, communicating in ways we barely understand. If you're ever hunting in those mountains and you catch a whiff of that unmistakable smell, or hear something that sounds like language being played backward, or feel those eyes watching you from the trees, don't hesitate. Don't try to get a picture. Don't try to track it. Just leave. Leave immediately. Because unlike me, you might not be lucky enough to have 30 feet of oak tree between you and them when they decide you don't belong in their forest. Story 2. The scream in the dark. My encounters at Dolly Sods. I still can't sleep with the windows open. Even now, years after moving away from that isolated house at the base of Dolly Sods wilderness area in Canaan Valley, West Virginia, people ask me why I always check outside before getting out of my car, even in broad daylight in the middle of a busy parking lot. I tell them it's just a habit, but it's not. It's fear. I moved to Canaan Valley back in 2010 when I was 24. I'd just finished college with a degree that wasn't getting me anywhere, drowning in student loans, and desperate for a change of scenery. My uncle knew someone who owned a bar in the valley and mentioned they needed a bartender. The pay wasn't great, but the place came with cheap housing, an old cabin on the property owner's land, about 15 minutes from the bar. When I first saw the cabin, I was actually excited. It sat at the edge of a clearing, backed right up against the wilderness area. No visible neighbors, just trees, mountains, and sky. After 4 years of noisy roommates and paper-thin apartment walls, the silence seemed like heaven. The cabin itself was rustic but solid. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a living room with a wood stove, and a covered porch that wrapped around 2 sides. The rent was ridiculously cheap, just $400 a month, including utilities. Now I understand why. Working at the bar was straightforward enough. Tourists during ski season, locals the rest of the year. I typically worked the closing shift, which meant I'd get home around 2:30 or 3 in the morning. The drive back to the cabin was always a bit eerie. Those winding mountain roads with no streetlights, high beams cutting through pitch darkness, not another car in sight most nights. But I got used to it. The first few months were uneventful. I'd get home late, sometimes sit on the porch for a while looking at the stars. You've never seen stars until you've seen them from a place with 0 light pollution, then crash until noon the next day. My mom came to visit once and commented on how unnervingly quiet it was. "I don't know how you sleep out here all alone," she said. I told her I loved the quiet. That was before. The first time it happened was on a Tuesday night in late June. It had been a slow night at the bar, just a handful of regulars who cleared out well before closing time. I remember it was unusually warm, and I had the windows down in my old Honda Civic as I drove home. Some late-night radio talk show keeping me company. I pulled into my usual spot beside the cabin at exactly 3:02 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone as I shut off the engine, wondering if my friend on the West Coast might still be awake for a text. The night was completely still. No wind, no distant traffic, just that heavy summer silence where you can almost hear the leaves growing. I got out of the car, grabbed my backpack from the passenger seat, and shut the door. The sound of the car door closing seemed to echo slightly in the clearing. I remember taking about 3 steps toward the porch, keys already in hand when it happened. From the tree line, maybe 100 feet away, came the most horrifying sound I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't a scream exactly. That's too human a word for it. It was like someone had taken the concept of a scream and twisted it into something primal and wrong. It started low and rose in pitch until it hit a frequency that seemed to vibrate in my chest cavity. It was so loud that for a split second I couldn't process what I was hearing. My brain just short-circuited. The volume was impossible, like standing next to a jet engine, but concentrated into this terrible sound that felt like it was coming from something enormous, something that shouldn't exist. It had this deep, resonant quality underneath the higher pitch that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. I froze completely, couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. It was like my body just shut down from pure animal fear. The sound lasted maybe 5 or 6 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed seemed to ring in my ears. I don't remember consciously deciding to move. 1 second I was frozen in place, and the next I was sprinting for the front door, fumbling with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I practically fell inside, slammed the door behind me, and locked both the doorknob and the deadbolt. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I was gasping for air, partly from the sprint but mostly from terror. I stood there in the dark entryway. I hadn't even turned on the lights, listening for any sound outside. Nothing, just the blood rushing in my ears and my own ragged breathing. After what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, my survival instinct kicked in. I moved through the dark house, familiar enough with the layout to find my way to the kitchen, where I kept my grandfather's old Remington 870 shotgun in the pantry. I grabbed it, checked that it was loaded, and then found my heavy-duty maglite from the drawer. With the shotgun in one hand and the flashlight in the other, I made my way to the front door again. There's a screen door that opens onto the porch with a small window in it. I pressed my face close to the mesh and shined the light out into the yard, sweeping it back and forth across the tree line. Nothing moved. No glowing eyes reflected back at me. No massive shape lurking at the edge of the woods. Just trees and darkness, but I knew something was there. I could feel it watching me, even if I couldn't see it. I stayed by that door for over an hour, alternating between peering out into the darkness and sitting with my back against the wall, shotgun across my knees. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally came up, I ventured outside, half expecting to find massive footprints or broken trees. There was nothing, no evidence at all that anything had been there. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just a weird echo from my car door, or some strange atmospheric thing, or even a vivid auditory hallucination from being overtired. I went to work the next night and didn't mention it to anyone. Who would believe me anyway? Then, about 3 weeks later, it happened again. Almost exactly the same scenario. Late night, getting out of my car, that same bone-chilling sound from the tree line. This time I didn't freeze. I ran immediately, practically diving through my front door. Again, I grabbed the shotgun and flashlight. Again, I saw nothing. And again, I spent the night sleepless and terrified. The third time was different. It was late August, and my mom had come to visit for the weekend. She'd been worried about me, said I sounded off on our phone calls. I hadn't told her about the screams. How do you tell your mother that something inhuman might be stalking your property? We'd had a nice day hiking and then a quiet dinner at the cabin. She went to bed around 10, and I stayed up watching TV with the volume low. Around midnight, I heard her get up and go to the bathroom. A few minutes later, she came into the living room looking confused. "Did you hear that?" she asked. My blood ran cold. "Hear what?" I thought I heard something outside when I was in the bathroom, like an animal or something. I muted the TV and we both sat there in silence, listening. Nothing. After a few minutes, she shrugged and went back to bed. I stayed up until nearly 2, tense and listening, but nothing happened. The next morning, she left to drive back home. I walked her out to her car, helped load her bags, and gave her a hug goodbye. She got in the car, started the engine, and rolled down the window to say one more goodbye. That's when it happened. The scream ripped through the morning air, so loud and sudden that my mom's face went completely white. It was the same sound. That impossible, chest-vibrating, primal scream from the tree line. In daylight, with both of us there. My mom's eyes went wide with terror. "What the hell was that?" she gasped. I didn't answer. I was staring at the tree line, scanning for movement, my whole body rigid with fear. The scream didn't repeat. After a few seconds of stunned silence, I told her to go, to drive away now. She didn't argue. As her car disappeared down the gravel road, I ran back into the house, grabbed the shotgun, and spent the next hour pacing from window to window, looking for anything unusual. Again, nothing. When I called her later to make sure she got home safely, the first thing she said was, "I've never heard anything like that in my life." "I know," I said. "I've heard it before." That's when I told her everything. The previous screams, always right after getting out of my car, always from the same area of the tree line. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she said, "You need to move." But I didn't. Partly because I couldn't afford to break my lease and find a new place, and partly out of stubborn curiosity. What was making that sound? I needed to know. Over the next few months, my mum heard it 4 more times when visiting. Always the same pattern, right after exiting a vehicle, always from the tree line. It was like whatever it was, it waited for that moment when you were vulnerable, caught between the safety of your car and the safety of the house. My brother came to visit that winter. He's the skeptical type, always looking for logical explanations. When I told him about the screams, he laughed it off. Probably just a mountain lion or something, he said. They can sound really weird. That night, he went out back to smoke around 1 in the morning while I was watching TV. Less than a minute later, he burst back through the door, pale as a ghost, eyes wide with panic. He didn't need to say anything. I knew immediately what had happened. "You heard it," I said, not a question. He nodded, his hands visibly shaking as he tried to light another cigarette. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, as if afraid it might hear him through the walls. "I don't know," I answered honestly, "but it's been happening for months." That night, huddled in the living room with all the lights on, we talked about what it could be. My brother, science-minded as he is, went through all the possibilities: bear, mountain lion, coyote, owl, even some kind of weird echo or mechanical sound from somewhere else that just seemed closer than it was. But we both knew none of those explanations fit. The sound was too loud, too strange, too deliberate. It felt targeted, intelligent almost, like it was trying to communicate something, or worse, trying to scare us specifically. "It's always right after someone gets out of a car," I told him, "like it's waiting for that moment. Like it's hunting," he said quietly, and we both fell silent at the implication. The next day, my brother went into town and bought a couple of trail cameras. We set them up facing the tree line where the sound always came from. For the next 2 weeks, we checked them daily. They captured deer, raccoons, even a black bear once, but nothing unusual. Nothing that could make that sound. And oddly, while the cameras were up, we didn't hear the scream at all. It was like whatever it was knew we were watching and stayed away. After my brother left, taking one of the cameras with him to review the footage more carefully, I kept the other one up. For nearly a month, nothing happened. No screams, nothing unusual on the camera. I started to relax a little, thinking maybe it had moved on. Then one night in early spring, I got home from work around 2:30 in the morning. It had been raining earlier and the ground was wet, the air heavy with moisture. I parked in my usual spot, got out, and immediately felt something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. No frogs, no insects, nothing. I stood beside my car, keys in hand, listening intently. Nothing. After about 30 seconds of tense silence, I started toward the house, moving quickly but trying not to run. I made it to the porch steps when I heard it. Not the scream this time, but something moving in the underbrush at the edge of the trees. Something big, pushing through the wet foliage with slow, deliberate movements. I froze, 1 foot on the bottom step, and strained to see in the darkness. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and without my flashlight, I could barely make out the tree line. But I could hear it moving, branches snapping under significant weight, leaves rustling. It was paralleling the edge of the clearing, moving from left to right, never emerging from the trees. Then it stopped, directly across from where I stood. I could feel it watching me. My breath caught in my throat. I was too exposed, too vulnerable, standing there in the open. But I was afraid to move, afraid any sudden motion would trigger something. For what felt like an eternity, we stayed like that. Me, frozen on the step, it hidden in the darkness, watching. Then I heard a low rumbling sound. Not the scream, but a deep, throaty growl that seemed to vibrate the very air. It wasn't like any animal growl I'd ever heard. It had a texture to it, almost like speech, but not quite words. That broke my paralysis. I bolted up the steps, fumbled with my keys again, and practically fell through the door. I slammed it behind me, locked it, and ran to the window, peering out into the darkness. For just a split second, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the trees, something large and dark, shifting position, standing upright. Then it was gone. I grabbed the shotgun and spent another sleepless night moving from window to window, checking and rechecking the locks. In the morning, I went out to check the trail camera. It was gone. not damaged, not knocked over, completely gone. The strap I had used to secure it to the tree had been cleanly cut or torn. I searched the area but couldn't find it anywhere. That was the final straw. I gave notice at work the next day and started packing immediately. Whatever was in those woods, whatever made that sound, it was intelligent enough to recognize and remove a camera. That terrified me more than the screams themselves. I moved out 2 weeks later, left most of my furniture behind, just packed what would fit in my car and drove away. I didn't even care about breaking the lease or losing my security deposit. I just needed to get away from that place. It's been 4 years now, and I live in a suburb with neighbors close on both sides. I still bartend, but at a place where I can get home before midnight. I've never heard that scream again, and part of me has tried to rationalize the whole experience. Stress, isolation, an overactive imagination combined with some unusual but explainable animal sounds. But then I remember my mother's face when she heard it. My brother's hands shaking as he tried to light his cigarette, the missing trail camera, the feeling of being watched from the darkness. I don't know what was in those woods at the edge of Dolly Sods. I never saw it, only heard it. But sometimes, when I'm driving home late and pull into my well-lit suburban driveway, I sit in my car for a few extra moments, scanning the surroundings before I open the door. And sometimes, just sometimes, when the night is particularly still, I think I can feel it out there somewhere, waiting for me to step out of my car, so it can let out that scream again, that impossible, terrible sound that still echoes in my nightmares. I still check behind me when I hear unexpected noises. I still sleep with my bedroom door locked. And I still wonder what would have happened if, instead of running inside that night, I had walked toward the tree line to investigate the sound. Part of me is glad I'll never know. But another part wonders if it's still there, waiting at the edge of the trees, watching the next person who moved into that cabin, waiting for them to step out of their car so it can announce its presence with that bone-chilling scream. Story 3. The Watcher in the Yard. January 15th, 2005 is burned into my memory forever. Not because it was a special occasion or a celebration, but because it was the day I came face to face with something that shouldn't exist. Something that was standing in my yard, watching me and my 5-year-old daughter with eyes that were too intelligent, too aware to belong to any animal I've ever seen. I've lived in Job, West Virginia, most of my life. It's the kind of small town where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the landscape is more trees than people, and where the mountains create these pockets of isolation that can feel comforting or suffocating, depending on the day. My house sits on a hillside with a view of the valley below, nothing fancy, just a 2-story place with a wraparound porch on the 2nd level that gives you a good vantage point of the surrounding area. Back then, I was a single parent to my daughter Emma. Her mom had left when she was barely 2, and it had just been the 2 of us ever since. Every weekday, I'd walk down our long gravel driveway to meet the school bus at the end of the road. It became our little routine. Emma would bounce off the bus with her kindergarten stories, and we'd walk back up together, hand in hand, while she told me about her day. That day started like any other January day in West Virginia. Cold, grey, with that bone-chilling dampness that seeps through your clothes no matter how many layers you're wearing. I remember putting on my heaviest coat and grabbing Emma's favorite purple mittens that she always left by the door. It was about 3:15 in the afternoon, and I headed down our gravel driveway like I did every day. The driveway is pretty long, about a 1/4 mile of crunchy gravel winding through a thicket of pine and oak trees before it meets the county road where the school bus stops. I got to the bottom just as the bus was pulling up. The brakes made that squealing sound that always seemed too loud for the quiet countryside. The doors folded open, and Emma hopped down the steps, her pink backpack bouncing as she jumped the last step. "Daddy!" she called out, running toward me with a piece of paper clutched in her hand. "I drew a picture of our house today." I scooped her up for a quick hug, then set her back down to examine her artwork, a lopsided brown square with a triangle roof and stick figures standing in front. I made the appropriate fuss over it, and we started the walk back up the driveway, her little hand in mine as she skipped alongside me, chattering about which kid got in trouble during reading time and how she got to be line leader for the day. The afternoon was getting darker already. January days are so short, and it was probably around 3:30 by now. The trees cast long shadows across the gravel, and there was that eerie silence that sometimes falls over the woods in winter when there are no leaves rustling and most of the birds have gone south. All I could hear was the crunch of our footsteps on the gravel and Emma's excited voice. We were about halfway up the driveway when I could see our house through the trees. That's when I noticed something wasn't right. There was something standing near the house, just below where our second-floor porch juts out. At first I thought maybe it was a shadow, or my eyes playing tricks on me in the fading light. But as we got closer, I realized it was definitely something solid, something big. I slowed my pace, trying to make sense of what I was seeing while not alarming Emma, who was still happily telling me about the cupcake someone's mom had brought for a birthday. My eyes strained to focus on the figure, and that's when I felt the first real surge of fear. Standing there, perfectly still, was what I can only describe as a massive, hair-covered figure. It was brown, a dark, muddy brown that almost blended with the bare trees behind it. And it was just standing there, not moving, watching us approach. I'm 6 feet tall, and this thing towered over where I'd be standing. 8 feet at least, maybe more. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, like a linebacker but larger, and its body was thick and solid-looking. It wasn't thin or lanky like you might imagine a typical Bigfoot from the movies. This was substantial, powerful, but it was the face that made my blood run cold. It wasn't fully hidden by the hair. I could make out features that were disturbingly close to human, but just off somehow. The nose was flatter, wider, and the eyes, God, the eyes. They were large and deep-set, reminding me instantly of an owl's eyes. Wide and alert, and taking in everything. I swear I saw it blink at least twice as we approached. Slow, deliberate blinks like it was considering what it was seeing. The moment I realized what was happening, that I was walking toward an unknown creature with my 5-year-old daughter, was the most terrifying moment of my life. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My mouth went completely dry. I had this immediate, overwhelming urge to grab Emma and run back down the driveway. But some deeper instinct told me that would be worse, that running might trigger something primal in whatever was standing there watching us. Instead, I tightened my grip slightly on Emma's hand and very casually changed our path, steering us toward the side stairs that led up to the second-floor porch rather than the front door we'd normally use. "Hey, sweetie," I said, keeping my voice remarkably steady despite the panic coursing through me. "Let's go up to the porch and see if we can spot any deer in the backyard before we go inside." Emma, completely oblivious to the danger, happily agreed. "Can we use the binoculars?" she asked. "Sure," I said, not taking my eyes off the figure as we veered to the right, giving it a wide berth. It didn't move, didn't turn to follow our change in direction, just remained perfectly, unnaturally still, like it was frozen in place. We reached the side stairs, and I let Emma go up first, staying right behind her with one hand on her back, ready to push her the rest of the way up and place myself between her and the creature if it suddenly decided to move. Every step up those stairs felt like it took an eternity. The wood creaked under our feet, and I was acutely aware that the sound might provoke whatever was standing in our yard. But it never moved. When we reached the safety of the porch, Emma immediately ran to the railing to look out over the yard. I followed, my legs feeling like jelly, half expecting the creature to be gone, to have disappeared while we climbed the stairs. But it was still there, in exactly the same spot, looking up at us now. From our elevated position, I could see it even more clearly. The brown hair covered its entire body, matted in some places and longer in others. It stood perfectly upright, not hunched over like a bear or any other animal would be. Its arms were long, hanging at its sides, with large hands that looked capable of crushing a watermelon without effort. And it was still watching us with those eyes. Those awful, intelligent eyes that seemed to be evaluating, thinking, deciding. Emma, innocent as only a 5-year-old can be, looked down at it curiously. "Daddy, what's that big thing? Is it a bear?" I couldn't find my voice for a second. A bear. Number. This was nothing like a bear. Bears don't stand like humans. They don't have eyes that look back at you with awareness. "I'm not sure, sweetie," I managed to say. "Let's just watch it for a minute." Emma, always the brave one, reached down and picked up a couple of small pebbles that had accumulated in the corner of the porch. Before I could stop her, she tossed one down toward the creature. It pinged off the ground a few feet away from it. I tensed, ready to grab her and dash inside if the thing reacted. But it didn't. Not even a flinch. She threw another pebble, this one landing closer to its feet. Still nothing. No reaction at all. It just continued to stand there, staring up at us with those owl-like eyes. "It's not moving, Daddy," Emma said, sounding disappointed that her pebbles hadn't provoked a reaction. "No, it's not," I agreed, my mind racing. What was it doing? Why was it just standing there? It seemed to be waiting for something, or maybe deciding something. That was perhaps the most unnerving part, the sense of deliberation behind those eyes, like there was a mind working, calculating. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I decided we needed to get inside. The light was fading fast, and while the creature hadn't shown any aggression, I wasn't about to wait around to see if that might change. "Let's go inside and get some hot chocolate," I said to Emma, trying to sound casual. "It's getting cold out here." She agreed readily enough, and I unlocked the porch door that led directly into our upstairs hallway. I ushered her in first, then backed in myself, never taking my eyes off the creature until I had to turn to close and lock the door. Once inside, I quickly moved to the window that overlooked the yard where the creature had been standing. I half expected to see it still there, still watching, but it was gone, completely vanished, as if it had never been there at all. There was no sign of movement in the tree line, no rustling bushes indicating which way it might have gone. It had disappeared silently, despite its massive size. That's when the reality of what had just happened hit me full force. My legs gave out and I sank down onto the window seat, my whole body trembling. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead and back. I felt nauseous and lightheaded all at once. What had I just seen? What had been standing in my yard, watching my daughter and me? It wasn't a bear, wasn't a person in a costume. No costume could capture that look in its eyes. The intelligence, the awareness. Emma tugged at my sleeve. "Daddy, are you okay? You look sick." I forced myself to pull it together for her sake. "I'm fine, sweetie. Just a little tired. Let's get that hot chocolate, okay?" As I went through the motions of heating milk and stirring in chocolate powder, my mind was racing. Should I call someone? The police? The Forest Service? What would I even say? "Hello." There was an 8-foot-tall, hairy creature standing in my yard, watching my daughter and me. They'd think I was crazy or drunk or both. That evening passed in a blur. I went through our normal routine. Dinner, bath time for Emma, a bedtime story, all while constantly checking the windows, half expecting to see that face looking in at us. I kept all the curtains closed, all the doors locked. I even pushed a heavy bookcase in front of the door that led out to the porch. Something I'd never done before. After Emma was asleep, I sat up most of the night with my shotgun across my lap, listening for any sound that might indicate the creature had returned. But the night remained quiet, too quiet almost, like all the normal forest sounds, the hooting owls, the distant coyotes, had been silenced by the presence of something unnatural in their midst. The next day, I went out to examine the spot where the creature had stood. I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Footprints maybe, or broken branches, some physical evidence that what I'd seen was real and not some stress-induced hallucination. But there was nothing. The ground was too frozen and hard to show prints. If there had been any evidence, it was gone now, erased as completely as the creature itself had vanished. In the weeks that followed, I installed motion sensor lights all around the house. I bought better locks for the doors. I even considered moving, but where would we go? This was our home. And what guarantee did I have that whatever I'd seen couldn't follow us or wasn't anywhere else I might choose to live? Emma, thankfully, seemed to have forgotten the incident entirely. The resilience of children is a remarkable thing. When I cautiously asked her a few days later if she remembered the big animal we'd seen in the yard, she just shrugged and said, "The one that didn't move?" That was boring, and went back to coloring her picture, but I couldn't forget. I still can't. The image of that creature standing there, watching us with those deep, owl-like eyes, is burned into my memory. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I've heard something outside. Heavy footsteps, perhaps, or the soft sound of breathing just below my window. I lie there, heart racing, afraid to look out but more afraid not to, wondering if it's come back. I've tried to research what I might have seen. I've gone down internet rabbit holes about Sasquatch and Bigfoot and other cryptids reported in the Appalachian region. Some descriptions match what I saw, the height, the build, the hair color. But none of them capture what I felt when I looked into those eyes. The intelligence there, the purpose, that's what haunts me the most. Not just that this creature exists, but that it was thinking, observing, maybe even communicating in some way I couldn't understand. It wasn't just a random animal wandering by. It was there, deliberately standing near our house, watching for us to return. Why? What did it want? Was it curious about humans? About my daughter specifically? Was it territorial, warning us away? Or something else entirely? Something I can't even begin to comprehend? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is what I saw that January afternoon in 2005. A massive hair-covered creature with unsettlingly human features and owl-like eyes, standing in my yard, watching my daughter and me with an intelligence that defied explanation. It's been years now, and I've never seen it again. Emma's in high school, taller than me now and rolling her eyes at most of what I say. She doesn't remember that day at all, but I do. I remember every detail, every second of that encounter, and I still check the yard carefully before we walk up from the bus stop, still keep the curtains drawn at night, still wake up sometimes thinking I hear something moving outside. Because deep down, I know it's still out there. Somewhere in these mountains, these forests, that creature is still moving, still watching. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the porch at dusk and the shadows start to deepen under the trees, I get the distinct feeling that those intelligent owl-like eyes are once again fixed on me, observing, evaluating, deciding. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it wants. But I know what I saw. And no matter how many years pass, I'll never forget those eyes, blinking slowly as they watched my daughter throw pebbles that it didn't even acknowledge. I'll never forget the absolute stillness of its massive body, the deliberate way it stood there, the sense that it was waiting for something. And I'll never stop wondering if someday it might return to finish whatever assessment it was making that cold January afternoon. Story 4. Number sign, what stalked us at Otter Creek. I've always been an outdoors person. Since I was a kid, I've been hiking, camping, fishing, you name it. West Virginia's mountains have been my playground for most of my life. But after what happened in January of 2007, I haven't been back to Otter Creek Wilderness. Not once. It was supposed to be just a regular winter camping trip. My buddy and I had been planning it for months. A 5-day backpacking adventure near Elkins. We'd done winter camping before, so we knew what we were getting into. The cold doesn't bother me much, and there's something special about the forest in winter. The quiet, the solitude, the way sound carries through the bare trees. At least, I used to think that was special. Now that clarity of sound is just another thing that terrifies me. We arrived at the trailhead on January 2nd around noon. The weather was typical for early January in the mountains. Cold but not brutal, maybe high 20s or low 30s. There was some patchy snow on the ground, mostly in shaded areas, and the sky was that flat grey that makes everything look a little washed out. We had our full winter gear, layers of thermal clothing, good sleeping bags rated for below 0 temperatures, a reliable 2-person tent, and enough food to last a week in case we got stuck. The hike-in was uneventful. We covered about 6 miles that first day, setting up camp near Yellow Creek just before sunset. It was a perfect spot. Flat ground for the tent, close to water, and a natural windbreak from some large boulders. We even found a half-rotted log that would make a decent bench near our fire pit. The second day we explored the area, fished a bit, and just enjoyed being away from civilization. No cell service, no emails, no responsibilities. Just us and the wilderness. That night it rained a bit, but nothing our tent couldn't handle. By the third day, January 4th, everything was damp. The kind of damp that seeps into everything no matter how carefully you try to keep things dry. The rain had stopped, but the air was heavy with moisture and the ground was soggy underfoot. It wasn't miserable, but it wasn't comfortable either. That afternoon is when everything changed. I remember checking my watch. It was around 4:30 and the light was already starting to fade. In winter, you get maybe 8 hours of good daylight in those mountains, and we were pushing the end of it. I was trying to get a fire going, which is always a challenge when everything's wet. I had my knife out, shaving curls from the driest piece of wood I could find in hopes of making some usable kindling. My buddy was about 50 yards away, setting up a tarp over our cooking area in case it rained again overnight. Our 2 dogs were with us, a lab mix and a German shepherd, both experienced trail dogs who'd been camping with us dozens of times. They were roaming around the perimeter of our camp, doing their dog things, occasionally bringing back sticks they wanted us to throw. I was focused on my task, frustrated because the wood was fighting me when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong in those woods, a sound that made me freeze mid-movement, the knife still pressed against the wood. It was a howl, but not like any howl I'd ever heard before. Not a coyote, not a wolf, which aren't even supposed to be in West Virginia, not a dog. It started low and rose in pitch until it was this piercing, eerie sound that seemed to echo through the entire valley. It lasted maybe 5 or 6 seconds, this single unbroken note that didn't waver or change like a coyote's yipping would. When it stopped, the forest went completely silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was like every living thing was holding its breath. I looked over at my buddy, who had stopped what he was doing and was staring in the direction the sound had come from, down the creek, maybe a quarter mile away. Our eyes met, and I could see he was as confused as I was. What the hell was that? He called over to me, his voice sounding too loud in the sudden silence. Before I could answer, it came again. The same sound from the same direction, long, high, and powerful. It almost sounded like a woman screaming in the distance, but deeper somehow, more guttural, and with this quality to it that I can only describe as primal, like it came from something with a chest and vocal cords much larger than a human's. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I've spent enough time in the woods to know the sounds that belong there. This didn't. This was something else. The second howl died away, and again that unnatural silence followed. Then our German shepherd started acting weird. He'd been near the creek, but now he was standing rigid, facing the direction of the sound, his hackles raised from his tail all the way to his neck. He wasn't barking yet, just staring intently, his ears forward, body tense. "Call the dogs," I said to my buddy, trying to keep my voice steady. He whistled for them, but only the lab came running back. The shepherd stayed where he was, now sniffing the air in short, rapid bursts, his whole body vibrating with tension. When the third howl came, the shepherd finally started barking, these deep, serious barks that he only used when he genuinely felt threatened. Not his "there's a squirrel" bark or his "someone's at the door" bark. This was his "there's genuine danger" bark, and I'd only heard it a couple times before. My buddy jogged over to grab his collar, clipping on a leash to bring him back to camp. The dog came reluctantly, still barking, still looking back over his shoulder every few steps. When they reached me, I could see the dog was trembling, not shivering from cold, trembling from fear. A 60-pound German shepherd, a dog who had faced down black bears without blinking, was scared. That's when my own fear really kicked in. "What do you think it is?" my buddy asked, keeping his voice low as if whatever made that sound might hear us talking about it. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Not a coyote. Sounds all wrong." "Maybe a mountain lion?" he suggested, but we both knew that wasn't right either. Mountain lions scream, but not like that, and they're rare in West Virginia anyway. We stood there for a few more minutes, listening, but the howl didn't come again. Slowly, the normal forest sounds returned. A distant woodpecker, the rustle of something small, moving through dead leaves, the gurgle of the creek. "Probably just carried from somewhere else," my buddy said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. Sound does weird things in mountains, bounces off ridges, carries through valleys. But this had sounded close, too close. We went back to our tasks, but the easy rhythm of the day was broken. We kept stopping, looking up, listening. The dog stayed close to us now, the shepherd especially sticking to my buddy's side like glue. Every few minutes he would stop what he was doing, raise his head and stare into the forest with those same alert eyes, sometimes growling low in his throat. By the time we got the fire going, the sun was setting. The grey day was turning to a grey dusk, and the temperature was dropping fast. We cooked our dinner over the small flame, neither of us talking much. The normal, comfortable silence of our camping trips had been replaced with something tense, watchful. As we sat on our makeshift log bench eating, my buddy finally brought up what we were both thinking. "That sound," he said between bites, "it reminded me of recordings I've heard. You know, those supposed Bigfoot recordings." I nodded slowly. The thought had crossed my mind too, but saying it out loud felt silly, like we were a couple of kids scaring ourselves with campfire stories. "Yeah," I admitted, "it did." We both went quiet again, not wanting to go further down that road. I consider myself a pretty rational person. I believe in things I can see, touch, explain. But out there, with that sound still echoing in my head and our dogs clearly disturbed by something, rational thoughts weren't as comforting as they should have been. After dinner, we secured our food in a bear bag, hanging it from a tree branch a good distance from our tent. Standard procedure in bear country, though bears should have been hibernating this time of year. Still, better safe than sorry. We stayed up for a while, feeding the fire, talking about normal things, work, plans for spring, a fishing trip we wanted to take when the weather warmed up. Deliberately not talking about the howls or what might have made them. But every time there was a lull in conversation, I found myself listening, waiting to hear it again. By 10 o'clock, we decided to turn in. The temperature had dropped into the low 20s, and even with the fire, it was getting uncomfortable to sit outside. We doused the fire carefully, checked our bear bag one more time, and crawled into the tent with the dogs. Inside, in our sleeping bags with headlamps providing a small circle of light, the forest outside seemed more distant, less threatening. The dogs settled down between us, the shepherd finally relaxing enough to lay his head on his paws and close his eyes. We read for a bit. Me with a battered paperback thriller, my buddy with some fantasy novel he'd brought along, and eventually switched off our lights to sleep. I don't know how long I was out before I woke up. It might have been minutes, might have been hours. The tent was pitch black, telling me it was well after moonset. What woke me wasn't another howl. It was movement, heavy movement, close to our camp. At first, my sleep-addled brain thought it was a bear, despite the season. Something big was moving through the underbrush near the creek, making no attempt to be quiet. The footfalls were heavy, deliberate, thump, crack, as branches broke under significant weight, then the swish of foliage being pushed aside. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open, though I could see nothing in the absolute darkness of the tent. Beside me, I felt the shepherd go rigid. He was awake too, listening. But what struck me as odd was that he wasn't barking, not a sound, not even a growl. It was like he was too terrified to make noise. The movement continued, methodical and unhurried. It wasn't the random meandering of an animal foraging. It sounded purposeful, like something patrolling, and it was getting closer to our tent. I reached over and nudged my buddy, who was somehow still asleep. He stirred, made a questioning noise, and I quickly put my hand over his mouth. His body tensed immediately. He heard it too. The footsteps, and they were footsteps, not the 4-beat pattern of a bear or deer, but the distinct cadence of something walking on 2 legs, were now just yards from our tent. They stopped. Complete silence followed. I realized I was holding my breath. Both dogs were completely still, pressed against us, trembling slightly. Then the smell hit me. Even through the tent fabric, it was overwhelming, a powerful, musky odor mixed with something rotten, like wet animal fur combined with decay. It was so strong it made my eyes water, and I had to fight the urge to gag. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing but that smell and silence. Then, suddenly, heavy footsteps again, moving away now, back toward the creek. The relief I felt was short-lived, because instead of continuing into the distance, the steps circled around, approaching our camp from a different angle. Whatever this was, it was circling us, examining our camp from every side. I fumbled for my flashlight, but my buddy grabbed my wrist, stopping me. He was right. Illuminating the tent would only highlight our exact position, make us a perfect silhouette for whatever was out there. We needed to stay dark, stay quiet, and hope it lost interest. The circling continued for what my watch later told me was about 40 minutes, though it felt like hours. Occasionally, the footsteps would stop, and there would be other noises, the sound of our supplies being investigated, something rustling through our backpacks that we'd left under the tarp, the distinct sound of sniffing like a dog but deeper, more resonant. Through it all, our dogs remained frozen, occasionally whimpering softly but never barking. These animals that would normally raise hell if a raccoon came within 50 feet of us were completely submissive, terrified into silence. Finally, the footsteps moved off down the valley in the direction of Yellow Creek. They faded gradually until I couldn't hear them anymore, but that terrible smell lingered. "What the fuck was that?" my buddy whispered, his voice barely audible. I shook my head in the darkness, forgetting he couldn't see me. "I don't know," I finally said, my voice sounding strange and tight. We stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening. The dogs eventually relaxed enough to sleep again, but neither of us could. We just lay there, straining to hear over the pounding of our hearts, waiting for dawn. When the first grey light of morning finally seeped through the tent fabric, we cautiously unzipped the door and peered out. The campsite looked wrong. Our carefully arranged supplies under the tarp were scattered. The bear bag was still hanging from its tree, but the branch it was on, a branch I would have sworn was at least 15 feet off the ground, was broken at the end, the bag itself torn open, some of our food missing. The rest was strewn across the ground below. We examined the area around the camp, looking for tracks, but the ground was a mix of pine needles, leaves, and patchy snow that held no clear impressions. Just vague depressions where something heavy had walked. Without discussing it, we both started packing up. The unspoken agreement was clear. We were getting the hell out of there. We didn't even make coffee or breakfast, just packed as quickly as we could, the dog staying unusually close to us the whole time. As I was stuffing my sleeping bag into its compression sack, my buddy called me over to the edge of camp, his voice tight with tension. When I reached him, he pointed to a small sapling at the forest edge. It was broken about 8 feet up, snapped cleanly in half, the top part hanging down. Not torn or chewed like a deer or elk might do, but broken with force. We stared at it for a long moment, then went back to packing without a word. Some things are better left undiscussed when you're still in the woods, still vulnerable. The hike out was the fastest we'd ever moved with full packs. We didn't stop for breaks, didn't pause to admire views or check the map. We just walked, the dogs practically glued to our heels, until we reached the trailhead and the blessed sight of my buddy's truck. As we drove away, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. Something had been in our camp last night. Something large enough to break branches 15 feet off the ground. Something that walked on 2 legs and moved with purpose. Something that had circled our tent, examining us while we hid inside like prey. We've never talked about that night much, not even between ourselves. What would we say? That we think a Bigfoot stalked our camp? That some unknown creature was hunting us? People would think we were crazy, or that we were making it up for attention. But I know what I heard. I know what I smelled, and I know that whatever it was intelligent. It examined our camp. It broke open our bear bag. It circled us, studying us. It wasn't just some animal wandering by. It's been more than 15 years, and I still camp and hike regularly. But never at Otter Creek, never in January, and never without a weapon more substantial than a pocket knife. Some fears you never quite shake, even when you can't explain them to others. Sometimes at night, when the wind is blowing just right, I think I can hear that howl again. Long, high, almost human, but not quite. And my body goes cold, remembering the sound of heavy footsteps circling in the darkness. The smell of something wild and wrong, and the absolute certainty that whatever was out there in those woods was watching us, considering us, deciding. I don't know what it wanted or why it left us alone that night. But sometimes I wonder if next time, if there ever is a next time, I'll be so lucky. Story 5. The eyes that followed us. I've been a hunter all my life. Born and raised in West Virginia, been tracking and hunting since I was old enough to hold a rifle. I've spent more nights in the woods than I can count, and I've never been afraid of the dark or what might be hiding in it. At least, that was true until August 2nd, 2008. That night changed everything I thought I knew about these mountains and what lives in them. I still go hunting, but never alone, and never without a pistol on my hip and a rifle in my hands. And I still have nightmares about those eyes watching me from the darkness. It was a Saturday night, and my buddy and I had been planning to train my red tick hound, Rusty. He was a good dog, about 3 years old at the time, with a nose that could track a field mouse through a thunderstorm. We'd been working with him on raccoon hunting for a few months, and he was getting pretty good at it. The plan was simple: drive out to this old dirt road that cuts through some dense forest land, let Rusty pick up a trail, and follow him to tree whatever he found. Normal stuff for anyone who's ever trained hunting dogs. We headed out around 9:30 that night. It was a clear night, warm but not too hot. Typical August weather. The moon was about 3/4 full, bright enough to cast shadows through the trees. We drove my buddy's old pickup truck, bouncing down back roads until we hit this narrow dirt track that wound up into the hills. It was barely wide enough for the truck in some places, with thick forest pressing in on both sides. After about 20 minutes on this dirt road, we reached the end. Just a small clearing where the road gave up and turned into forest. We sat there for a few minutes with the engine off, listening to the night sounds and letting Rusty get excited in the back of the truck. He knew what we were there for and was already whining and pacing, eager to get out and start tracking. My buddy let him out of the truck bed, and immediately Rusty's nose went to the ground. He circled the clearing a few times, then suddenly his head snapped up, and he took off toward the tree line on the right side of the clearing. That's how it usually went. Once he caught a scent, there was no stopping him. "Looks like he's got something," I said, grabbing my gear from the truck. I had my old mining headlamp, one of those heavy-duty ones that straps around your head and throws a beam you could probably see from space. I also had a small backpack with water, some dog treats, and a first aid kit in case Rusty got tangled up with something he shouldn't. My buddy decided to stay with the truck. He twisted his ankle earlier that week and didn't feel up to chasing a hound through the woods at night. So I set off alone, following the sound of Rusty's excited barks as he tracked whatever he'd found. I'd gone maybe 200 yards into the forest, guided by my headlamp and the occasional bark from Rusty, when everything went quiet. That's unusual for a tracking hound. Normally, once they're on a scent, they'll bark consistently until they tree whatever they're chasing. The sudden silence made me pause. "Rusty?" I called out, not too loud, just enough to carry through the trees. No response, no barking, nothing. I swept my headlamp around, trying to catch the reflection of his eyes or his collar. That's when I saw it. A pair of eyes reflecting my light back at me from about 40 yards ahead. At first, I thought it was Rusty, but something was off. These eyes were too high off the ground, maybe 5 or 6 feet up, and the reflection wasn't the typical yellow gold of a dog's eyes. These were bluish green, almost like turquoise when my light hit them. My first thought was deer, but that wasn't right either. Deer eyes usually shine yellow or white, and they don't stand still when a bright light hits them. These eyes weren't moving. They just stared back at me, steady and unblinking. I stood there for a minute, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The eyes were just watching me. Occasionally they would blink, a slow, deliberate closing and opening that sent a chill down my spine each time. Whatever this was, it wasn't afraid of me or my light. It was just watching, waiting. About then, Rusty came trotting back to me, tail down, acting strange. He wasn't barking anymore, wasn't excited like he'd been. He came right up to my legs and pressed against them, looking up at me, and then back toward those eyes in the darkness. His behavior made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Rusty wasn't a timid dog. I'd seen him tree bears and stand his ground against animals 3 times his size. But something about whatever was watching us from the trees had him spooked. I kept my light fixed on those eyes, trying to make out any details of what they belonged to, but all I could see were the eyes themselves. The rest was hidden by the darkness between the trees. They were perfectly still, not moving side to side like an animal scanning its surroundings would, just fixed on me. "What do you see, boy?" I whispered to Rusty, who whined softly in response. I stood there watching those eyes for what must have been 2 or 3 minutes, though it felt much longer. Part of me wanted to turn around and head back to the truck, but another part, the curious hunter who'd never encountered something he couldn't identify, wanted to get a better look. "Come on," I said to Rusty, patting my leg for him to follow. "Let's check this out." I started moving forward slowly, keeping my light trained on those eyes. Rusty hesitated, which was unlike him, but eventually followed a few steps behind me. As I moved closer, the eyes remained fixed in place, still blinking occasionally, still watching. There was an intelligence behind them that I couldn't explain, not the mindless stare of a deer caught in headlights, but something calculating, assessing. We'd covered about half the distance between us and the eyes when we hit a small ditch with a broken-down old fence running through it. Nothing major, just an old property line fence that had collapsed years ago. I had to look down briefly to step over the wire, and when I looked back up, the eyes were gone. Just gone. No movement, no sound of retreat. Nothing. 1 second they were there, and the next they'd vanished. I swept my light back and forth across the area where they'd been, but saw nothing. No movement in the underbrush, no retreating figure, nothing. "Where'd it go?" I murmured, more to myself than to Rusty. With the eyes gone, my curiosity overcame my caution. I continued forward, wanting to see what had been standing there watching us. Rusty followed reluctantly, staying close to my heels rather than ranging ahead like he normally would. When we reached the spot where the eyes had been, I found nothing. No tracks that I could see, no disturbed vegetation, no sign that anything had been standing there at all. I expanded my search, walking in widening circles around the area, my headlamp beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. It was like whatever had been watching us had simply disappeared into thin air. After about 10 minutes of searching fruitlessly, I decided to head back to the truck. Rusty seemed relieved, trotting ahead of me now, eager to return to safety. I followed, occasionally glancing over my shoulder and sweeping my light behind us, half expecting to see those eyes again. We were about halfway back to the clearing when something made me stop and shine my light back into the forest one more time. My blood ran cold at what I saw. The eyes were back, the same bluish-green reflections at the same height, in almost exactly the same spot where we'd first seen them. But now there was a second pair of eyes above them, these ones reflecting as reddish-orange and positioned higher, maybe 7 or 8 feet off the ground. 2 sets of eyes, 2 creatures, standing close together, watching us. In that moment, a wave of pure terror washed over me. It wasn't the rational fear of a hunter who spotted a predator. This was primal, instinctive terror, the kind that bypasses all rational thought and screams at you to run. My skin went cold, then hot, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Rusty saw them too. He let out a single sharp bark, then tucked his tail and bolted past me toward the clearing. I didn't hesitate to follow him. I ran, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly through the trees. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel them watching me, feel their gaze on my back as I fled. I burst into the clearing where the truck was parked, gasping for breath. My buddy was sitting on the tailgate, looking startled at my sudden appearance. "Jesus, what happened to you?" he asked as I ran up to the truck. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't even speak at first, just pointed back toward the forest while trying to catch my breath. Rusty was already at the truck, pawing at the door, desperate to get in. "There's something out there," I finally managed to say. "2 somethings. Big. I don't know what they are." My buddy looked at me skeptically, but something in my face must have convinced him I wasn't joking. He stood up, reaching for his own flashlight in the truck bed. "What did you see?" "Just eyes," I said, turning to shine my light back toward the forest. "There." The beam caught them immediately, both pairs of eyes, still watching from the edge of the trees. They hadn't moved, hadn't pursued us into the clearing. They were just watching. My buddy saw them too. I heard his sharp intake of breath. "What the hell?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, "but we need to go. Now." We didn't waste any time. We got Rusty into the cab of the truck between us, not bothering to put him in the back like we normally would. My buddy started the engine while I kept my light trained on those eyes, which hadn't moved an inch despite the noise of the truck starting. Even as we began to drive away, I could see them through the passenger window, still watching us from the tree line. Rusty saw them too, and he started barking frantically, something he rarely did inside a vehicle. He was pressed against me, his whole body rigid, barking non-stop at those eyes in the darkness. We took the dirt road down the hill as fast as we dared, the truck bouncing and sliding on the loose surface. I kept watching out the window, and what I saw next chilled me even more than the initial sight of those eyes. They were moving, both pairs of eyes, traveling parallel to the road along the ridgeline. They were following us. "They're following us," I said, my voice tight with fear. My buddy glanced over at me, then did a double take at the window. "What the hell?" he repeated, slowing the truck slightly to stare. "Don't slow down," I snapped. "Just drive." The eyes kept pace with us for at least half a mile, moving smoothly through the forest alongside the road. They never seemed to be running or hurrying, just moving with a steady, deliberate gait that somehow kept up with our truck. Sometimes they'd disappear behind a thicker patch of trees, only to reappear seconds later, still tracking us. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, the road curved away from the ridge, and the eyes disappeared from view. Rusty gradually stopped barking, though he remained tense and alert beside me. We drove in silence for several minutes, both processing what we'd just seen. Finally, my buddy spoke. "What was that?" he asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I've never seen anything like it." "Those weren't bear eyes," he said. "I've seen plenty of bears." "That wasn't a bear." "No," I agreed. "Not a bear. Not a deer. Not anything I recognize." We speculated all the way back to town. Could it have been hunters with weird headlamps? But they'd moved too smoothly, too quickly through rough terrain. Some kind of big cats? But mountain lions are rare in West Virginia, and they don't stand upright at the height we'd seen. Humans playing a prank, but no human could move through that forest at night, keeping pace with a truck without making noise or using a light. Nothing fit, nothing made sense. And the more we talked, the more certain I became of one thing. Whatever had been watching us from those trees wasn't something that was supposed to exist. When I got home that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those two pairs of eyes staring at me from the darkness, the lower bluish-green ones and the higher reddish-orange ones. I kept thinking about how they'd followed us, how they'd moved so easily through the forest at night, keeping pace with a truck without seeming to hurry. I've been back to those woods since then, not alone and not at night, but I've been back. I've searched for tracks, for hair caught on branches, for any sign of what might have been watching us that night. I've never found anything conclusive, but sometimes, when I'm there in the daylight, I get the feeling I'm being watched again. That same prickling sensation on the back of my neck that I felt when those eyes were fixed on me. I've read about Bigfoot sightings in West Virginia, plenty of them. I never put much stock in those stories before. Thought they were just tall tales or misidentifications of bears. Now, I'm not so sure. The height of those eyes, the way they moved, the intelligence behind them, it fits with some of the descriptions I've read. But what really haunts me is that there were two of them, standing close together, watching us. Most stories talk about lone creatures, solitary giants moving through the forest. But what we saw that night suggests something else. That they move together sometimes, that they communicate, coordinate. That makes them more than just animals. It makes them something else entirely. I still train hunting dogs, still go into the woods with my friends, but I'm more cautious now. I watch the trees more carefully, listen more intently to how my dogs are behaving, and I never ever go out alone at night anymore. Not since I saw those eyes watching me from the darkness, following me along the ridge, patient and deliberate and far too intelligent. Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, watching from just beyond the tree line, waiting for someone else to wander too far into their territory. And sometimes, when Rusty suddenly stops and stares into the forest with his hackles raised, I wonder if he sees them again, those eyes that followed us that night, that have followed me into my nightmares ever since. Whatever they were, they saw us that night. They knew we saw them, and they weren't afraid. That's what scares me the most. They weren't afraid of us at all. Story 6. The thing with the staff. I've been fishing the rivers and streams of West Virginia my whole life. Grew up wading through cold water before I could even properly cast a line. My dad taught me, his dad taught him. Fishing's in our blood. I've caught everything from bluegill to muskie, spent countless hours alone in remote spots where the only sounds are rushing water and wind through trees. Never once felt afraid out there. The mountains always felt like home until summer of 2017. I still can't talk about what happened that day without getting goosebumps. My hands start to shake, and I get this tight feeling in my chest, like I can't quite get enough air. I've tried to explain it away 1,000 times. Maybe it was just a really tall hiker with a walking stick. Maybe the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. And it wasn't human. It was early July, a Tuesday. I remember because I had taken the day off work specifically to go fishing. Weekdays are always better. Fewer people around to disturb the trout. I'd been planning to try a new section of Shaver's Fork of the Cheat River in Randolph County. Other fishermen had been reporting good catches there, and I wanted to check it out for myself. I left my house in Elkins around 5:30 in the morning, drove about 45 minutes to the access point, and hiked in another mile or so to reach the stretch of river I wanted to fish. By 7 o'clock, I was wading into the cool water, fly rod in hand, feeling that familiar rush of anticipation that comes with the first cast of the day. The spot was perfect. Shaver's Fork is a beautiful river, clear mountain water flowing over rocks worn smooth by centuries of current. That particular section had a nice mix of riffles and deeper pools where trout like to hide. The river split around a small island, creating two channels, and I chose to fish the left fork, where the current was a bit slower. It was one of those perfect summer days in the mountains, temperature in the low 70s, sky clear blue with just a few wispy clouds. The sun filtered through the trees along the bank, casting dappled shadows on the water. Birds were calling back and forth, and I could hear the occasional splash of a fish jumping. Just being there, surrounded by all that natural beauty, made the stress of everyday life melt away. For the first few hours, the fishing was good. I caught and released 4 decent-sized rainbow trout, each one putting up a good fight. I was using a dry fly pattern that imitated the mayflies that were hatching that time of year. The fish were biting well, and I was in that zone where nothing else matters, just me, the river, and the rhythm of casting. Around 11 o'clock, I decided to work my way a little further upstream to try some promising-looking pools I'd spotted earlier. The river narrowed in that section, the current picking up speed as it rushed between larger boulders. I was carefully stepping from rock to rock, my wading boots finding purchase on the slippery surfaces. I'd just reached a good position and was about to make a cast when I heard it. A sharp, distinctive snap, like someone stepping on a large branch and breaking it. The sound came from the small island that separated the two channels of the river, maybe 60 yards away from where I was standing. I paused, my rod still raised for the cast, and looked toward the sound. At first, I didn't see anything except the dense vegetation that covered the island. But then, movement caught my eye at the edge of the tree line. Something tall and dark was standing there, partially obscured by the foliage. My first thought was bear. Black bears are common in those mountains, and occasionally they'll stand up on their hind legs to get a better look at something. But as I focused on the figure, I realized this wasn't a bear. It wasn't standing on 4 legs and occasionally rearing up. It was fully upright, standing like a person. I lowered my rod slowly, squinting against the late morning sun to get a better look. The figure was tall, very tall. I'm 6'1", and this thing towered over me by at least a foot, maybe more. It was completely dark, either a very dark brown or black, and appeared to be covered in hair from head to toe, not patchy or uneven, but uniformly covered, like a coat. But what really made my blood run cold was what it was holding. In its right hand was what looked like a staff or a large stick. This wasn't some twig or branch. This was a substantial piece of wood, probably 5 or 6 inches in diameter and as tall as the figure itself. It was holding it like you'd hold a walking stick, but the size of it was all wrong. No normal hiking staff is that thick or heavy. I stood there frozen in the middle of the stream, water rushing around my legs, staring at this impossible figure. It didn't make any threatening moves. It just stood there at the edge of the trees, as still as a statue, except for the slight movement of its head, as it seemed to scan the area. Then, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds, it turned. The movement was smooth, deliberate. It turned away from me and began to walk into the trees, still holding that massive staff. It moved with purpose, not hurrying but covering ground quickly with its long stride. Within seconds, it had disappeared into the dense forest that covered the island. I remained frozen in place, my heart hammering so hard in my chest I could hear it over the sound of the rushing water. My mouth had gone completely dry, and I felt a cold sweat breaking out all over my body, despite the warm day. I couldn't move. I couldn't even lower my arms, which were still half raised from when I'd been about to cast. It took several minutes before I could force myself to move. When I finally did, my first instinct was to look around frantically, checking to see if there were any other, whatever they were, nearby. But I was alone. Just me and the river and the birds, which had continued singing as if nothing unusual had happened. A part of me, the curious part, or maybe the part that still didn't want to believe what I'd just seen, thought about crossing the river to the island to investigate, to look for tracks or broken vegetation, or any sign of what had just been standing there. But a much stronger part of me, some primitive survival instinct deep in my brain, was screaming no. I had this overwhelming feeling that following would be a terrible, possibly fatal mistake. I've hunted enough to know that sometimes your gut tells you things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet, and my gut was telling me to stay away from that island. So I did. I stayed right where I was, in the middle of the stream, for what must have been 15 minutes. Just standing there, rod in hand, staring at the spot where the figure had disappeared, trying to process what I'd seen. What terrified me the most wasn't just the size of the thing, or even the unnatural way it moved. It was how vulnerable I suddenly realized I was. I was alone, miles from the nearest person, with no weapon except a pocket knife and no quick way out. My car was a good mile's hike away, through forest that suddenly seemed much more threatening than it had that morning. Eventually, the immediate shock began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. I needed to get out of there. I reeled in my line with shaking hands, nearly dropping my rod in the process. My legs felt weak as I waded back to the bank, and I stumbled once, almost falling into the water. Once I reached the shore, I didn't even bother properly breaking down my rod or storing my gear. I just collapsed the rod into its sections, stuffed it and my reel into my pack, and started hiking back toward the car as quickly as I could manage. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees, half expecting to see that tall, dark figure following me. The hike back was the longest mile of my life. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow between the trees looked like a watching figure. The forest that had seemed so welcoming that morning now felt oppressive, full of hidden threats. I kept thinking about that staff the thing had been holding. A weapon, a tool. What would a creature that size need with either? When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and got behind the wheel with a sense of relief so intense it made me dizzy. I locked the doors immediately, started the engine, and got out of there as fast as I safely could on the rough dirt road. It wasn't until I reached the main highway that I finally felt my heartbeat beginning to return to normal. The familiar surroundings, other cars, signs of civilization, they all helped ground me back in reality. A reality where things like what I'd seen don't exist, except I'd seen it. Clear as day, in broad daylight, not some shadow or shape glimpsed at dusk that could be explained away. When I got home, I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the lingering feeling of dread that had settled over me. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, examining every detail. trying to find some rational explanation. Maybe it was just a very tall person in dark clothes with a walking stick. But no human I've ever seen moves quite like that, with that fluid, powerful grace. And no hiker carries a staff that massive. It would be too heavy, too unwieldy. Over the next few days, I did some research. I looked up black bear behaviors, thinking maybe what I'd seen was just a bear in an unusual posture. But bears don't stand fully upright for that long, and they certainly don't carry sticks. I read about known wildlife in the area, about optical illusions that can happen in forests, about the effects of isolation on the human mind. Nothing fit. Then, almost against my will, I found myself researching Bigfoot sightings in West Virginia. I'd always laughed at those stories. Tall tales told by attention seekers or people who'd had too much moonshine. I wasn't laughing anymore. Some of the descriptions matched what I'd seen with unnerving accuracy. The height, the dark hair covering the body, the way it moved, it all aligned with countless reports from across Appalachia. But one detail stood out as unusual, even among those accounts: the staff. Most Bigfoot reports don't mention the creatures carrying tools or weapons. But there were a few, scattered across decades and locations, that did mention exactly that: a massive stick or club carried like a staff or walking stick. Those accounts sent chills down my spine. I didn't tell many people about what I saw. My wife knows, and a couple of close friends who've spent enough time in those mountains to not dismiss me outright. But I haven't reported it officially or posted about it online. I don't need the ridicule or the attention. I know what I saw, even if I can't explain it. I still fish. I still love the mountains and rivers of West Virginia. But I haven't been back to that stretch of Shavers Fork since that day. And I don't fish alone anymore, especially in remote areas. I always make sure someone knows exactly where I am and when I'll be back. And I always carry a pistol now, tucked into my wading belt. Not that I think it would do much good against something that size, but it's some small comfort. What haunts me most isn't just the encounter itself, but the implications of it. If what I saw was real, and I believe with every fiber of my being that it was, then there are things living in these mountains that we don't understand. Intelligent things that walk upright, use tools, and have managed to remain largely hidden despite centuries of human encroachment. Sometimes at night, when I'm lying in bed listening to the wind in the trees outside our house, I wonder about that figure. Was it just passing through, or does it live somewhere in those deep forests around Shavers Fork? Does it watch fishermen and hikers from the cover of trees, usually unseen? How many times have I been in those woods, feeling completely alone, when something was actually watching me? And I wonder about the staff. Why carry something like that unless you need it? For walking? For defense? For hunting? The possibilities are what keep me awake sometimes. I still love these mountains. They're my home, and they always will be. But now I know they're home to something else too, something that walks upright, something intelligent enough to use tools, something that watches from the shadows. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind sounds a little too much like breathing, I can't help but wonder, is it watching me now? 6 years have passed since that day on Shavers Fork, but the memory hasn't faded at all. In fact, it's become clearer over time, as if my mind has been carefully preserving every detail, the exact shade of dark brown-black of its hair, the fluid way it turned, the massive staff, gripped in what I now recall looked like a hand with opposable thumbs, not a paw. I've tried to convince myself it was just a bear or a man in dark clothing. I've tried to tell myself that the distance and the light playing through the trees distorted what I was seeing. But deep down, I know better. No bear walks like that. No human is that size, moves with that fluid grace while carrying what amounted to a small tree trunk. What I saw that day was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist according to science, yet something I saw with my own eyes in broad daylight. Something that still moves through my dreams and makes me check the tree line whenever I'm outside after dusk. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if someone else told me this story, but I know what I saw, and I know those mountains hold secrets deeper and older than we can imagine. Just last week, I was at a local diner and overheard a couple of hikers talking about a strange experience they'd had near Shaver's Fork. They described hearing heavy footsteps following them through the woods, though they never saw anything. They laughed it off as their imaginations running wild, or maybe a bear keeping its distance. I didn't say anything, just listened as they reassured each other it was nothing. I wanted to tell them, wanted to warn them that what roams those woods isn't nothing. But I didn't. What would I say? Be careful out there, I saw Bigfoot with a walking stick. They'd think I was crazy or pulling their leg, so I kept quiet, paid my bill, and left. But as I drove home, I couldn't help scanning the tree line along the road, half expecting to see a tall, dark figure watching me from just within the shadow of the forest. Because that's what it does, I think. It watches and waits. For what? I don't know. And I hope I never find out. Story 7. What we saw on the Denali Highway. I've told this story exactly 5 times in my life. 3 times people laughed it off. Once someone got really uncomfortable and changed the subject. Only one person ever believed me, and that's because they'd had their own weird experience in those same mountains. I don't blame the others for not believing me. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes, if I couldn't still picture it perfectly after all these years. It happened back in 2005. I was living in Fairbanks, Alaska at the time, working construction during the summer months when the ground wasn't frozen solid. Alaska's a different world. Endless wilderness, mountains that make you feel tiny, and darkness that swallows everything for most of the winter. But this was late summer, when there's still plenty of daylight, even at midnight. My friend and I had driven down to Anchorage for a concert, some band that was big at the time. But I can't even remember their name now. Funny how the important details stick with you while the unimportant ones fade away. What I do remember is that we were driving back to Fairbanks afterward, taking the long route through Denali National Park because the views are better, even in the dim midnight light. We were in my old Dodge D50 pickup truck, a little Japanese-made thing from 1980 that Dodge put their name on. It sat really low to the ground, unlike most trucks you see in Alaska. Most people up there drive these massive lifted pickups that could roll over a moose and barely feel it. Mine was the opposite. A tiny little thing that basically skimmed the ground, and the headlights were completely misaligned, pointing down and a bit to the right instead of straight ahead. I'd been meaning to fix them for months, but never got around to it. The road through Denali is mostly empty that time of night. During the day, it's full of tour buses and rental RVs, but after midnight, you might go 20 or 30 minutes without seeing another vehicle. It's just you, the road, and the wilderness pressing in from all sides. The mountains are always there, these massive shadows against the sky, making you feel like you're driving through the backbone of the world. We were about an hour into the park, coming around one of those endless curves where the road hugs the mountainside. It was almost exactly midnight. I remember checking the clock on the dashboard just before it happened. The headlights were sweeping across the road as we came around the bend, and suddenly they illuminated something sitting right in the middle of the highway, directly on the yellow center line. At first, my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a moose or a bear, the common hazards on Alaskan roads. This was something else entirely. It was sitting in the middle of the road, hunched over in a ball, with its legs pulled up to its chest and its arms wrapped around its knees. Its head was tucked down between its arms, like someone who's cold or scared might sit. As we got closer, I could see it was covered in this long reddish-brown hair or fur. The hair wasn't like bear fur. Bears have this thick, dense coat that looks uniform. This was more like human hair, longer in some places, wispy and unkempt. Some parts looked matted or tangled. And as we got closer, I could see the hair moving slightly with the breeze from our approaching truck. My first thought, as bizarre as it sounds, was that I was looking at an orangutan. I know how crazy that sounds, but that's genuinely what my brain came up with in that split second. Something about the reddish color and the human-like posture. But immediately I thought, what the hell would an orangutan be doing in the middle of nowhere in Alaska? And that realization that what I was seeing couldn't be an orangutan is what made my blood run cold. Because if it wasn't an orangutan, then what was it? We were probably going about 50 miles per hour when we first spotted it, and I instinctively took my foot off the gas. But I didn't slam on the brakes. Something told me not to stop. Instead, we slowed to maybe 30 as we approached it. The creature didn't move, didn't raise its head, just remained curled up in that ball right on the yellow line. As we got closer, maybe 50 feet away, I could see more details in the misaligned headlights. The hair wasn't just on its back or head, it seemed to cover its entire body. And it wasn't small. Even hunched up like that, it was sizable. Maybe the size of a large man curled into a ball. There was something about the proportions that seemed off, though. The arms looked too long, the shoulders too broad for a human. When we were about 20 feet away, I had this moment of pure, instinctive terror. I can't explain it rationally. Nothing had happened. The thing hadn't moved or threatened us in any way. It was just sitting there. But some primal part of my brain was screaming danger like a klaxon. Every hair on my body stood on end. I felt this wave of cold wash over me, not from the temperature, but from fear. Pure animal fear. I remember thinking that if I had extended my arm out the window, I could almost have touched it as we passed. That's how close we were. We weren't in the center of the road. We were in our lane to the right of the yellow line. But that still put us just a few feet from this thing. We drove past it slowly, neither of us saying a word. I couldn't take my eyes off it in the side mirror as we passed. It never raised its head, never acknowledged our presence in any way. It just sat there, perfectly still, except for the hair moving in the breeze of our passing. Once it was behind us, I pressed the gas pedal hard, accelerating away much faster than was safe on those curvy roads. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I felt sick to my stomach, like I might throw up, and there was this pressure in my chest like I couldn't get a full breath. My friend and I didn't say a single word to each other. Not one. We drove in complete silence for what felt like forever. The only sound was the engine of my little truck straining as I pushed it faster than I should have. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the thing following us somehow. But the road behind us was empty. We stayed silent all the way to the gas station at Healy, just north of the park entrance. It's this little outpost of civilization, a gas station, a small store, and not much else. I pulled in even though we didn't need gas. I just needed to stop, to be around normal things and normal people for a minute. As I turned off the engine, my friend finally broke the silence. She turned to me, her face pale even in the dim light of the gas station, and simply asked, "You saw that?" They're just 3 words, but they confirmed I hadn't hallucinated the whole thing. "Yeah," I said, "I saw it." "What was it?" she asked. I shook my head. "I don't know." We sat there for a few minutes, trying to process what we'd seen. The gas station was nearly empty, just a bored-looking attendant inside and one other customer filling up a pickup truck. Everything looked so normal, so ordinary. It was hard to reconcile the mundane reality of the gas station with what we'd just experienced on the road. "It looked like a person," my friend said finally, "but not a person." That was exactly it. It had a human-like quality to its posture, to the way it was sitting, but everything else about it was wrong. The hair, the proportions, the very fact of it sitting in the middle of a highway in the Alaskan wilderness at midnight. "Maybe it was someone playing a prank," I suggested. But the words sounded hollow even as I said them. Who would sit in the middle of a nearly deserted highway at midnight, miles from anywhere, just to scare the occasional passing driver? No, my friend said. No one would do that. Not there. Not like that. We went inside, bought some coffee and snacks we didn't really want, just to do something normal. The attendant nodded sleepily at us, completely unaware that our entire worldview had just been shattered. We didn't mention what we'd seen to him. What would we even say? The rest of the drive back to Fairbanks was tense and quiet. We talked a little, but not about what we'd seen. It was like we'd silently agreed to process it on our own before trying to discuss it further. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every curve in the road, I half expected to see another one. Every shadow seemed to move. Every dark patch among the trees looked like it might be watching us. When we finally reached Fairbanks, the familiar streets and buildings were a relief. My friend asked me to drop her off at her apartment, and as she got out of the truck, she paused. "We're going to talk about this tomorrow, right?" she asked. "I'm not crazy." We both saw it. "We're not crazy," I assured her, though I wasn't entirely convinced myself. "We'll figure it out." But we never really did. The next day, we met for lunch and tried to make sense of what we'd seen. We went through all the possibilities. A bear? No. The posture was all wrong, and bears don't sit like that. A person in a costume? Maybe. But who and why? Someone actually injured or in trouble. But it never moved or reacted to our vehicle at all, and no human could be covered in hair like that. Eventually, after exhausting all the rational explanations, we were left with the irrational ones. My friend was the one who finally said it out loud. "You know what it looked like, right?" she said. "It looked like the descriptions of Bigfoot, or what the locals up here call the hairy man." I'd heard stories about the hairy man since moving to Alaska. Every culture seems to have their own version. The native Alaskans have ancient stories about wild men in the mountains. The Russians who first colonized Alaska had tales of forest giants, and modern bush pilots and hunters occasionally report seeing massive, hair-covered figures in remote areas. I'd always written them off as folklore or misidentifications of bears. But sitting there in that diner in Fairbanks, with the memory of what we'd seen still fresh in my mind, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. Because what we'd seen didn't fit neatly into any normal category of Alaskan wildlife or human activity. It existed in some uncanny valley between human and animal, between known and unknown. Over the next few weeks, I did research. I looked up every animal native to Alaska, studied their behaviors and appearances. Nothing matched. I read accounts of Bigfoot sightings in Alaska and the Pacific Northwest, looking for similarities. Many described reddish-brown hair, which matched what we'd seen. But most sightings involved the creature walking upright through forests, not sitting curled up in the middle of a road. I even went to the library and found old newspapers with stories from decades past. Hunters claiming to have seen wild men in the mountains, miners describing hairy creatures watching them from ridgelines, a family in 1976 who claimed a giant ape man had circled their remote cabin for 3 nights straight. The more I researched, the more I found. And the more I found, the more confused I became. If these creatures were real, how had they remained undiscovered by science? But if they weren't real, then what had my friend and I seen that night on the Denali Highway? I never got a satisfactory answer. Life went on. I eventually left Alaska, moved back to the lower 48 for work. My friend and I drifted apart, as people do, but I never forgot what we saw. I still dream about it sometimes, that huddled form in the middle of the road, the reddish-brown hair moving in the breeze, the inexplicable fear it triggered in me despite its passive posture. I've told the story a few times over the years, usually after a few drinks, when conversation turns to strange experiences or unexplained phenomena. Most people either think I'm exaggerating or misremembering, or they smile politely and change the subject. I don't blame them. It's easier to dismiss these things than to try to fit them into our understanding of the world. Only once did someone believe me without question. It was at a party in Seattle, years after I'd left Alaska. I told the story, expecting the usual skeptical responses. But one man, a wildlife biologist who'd worked in Alaska, just nodded thoughtfully. "I've heard similar stories," he said, "and I've seen things in those mountains that I can't explain either." He wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't tell me what he'd seen, but I recognized the look in his eyes, that mixture of certainty about what he'd experienced and uncertainty about what it meant. It's the same look I see in the mirror whenever I think about that night. I still don't know what was sitting in the middle of the Denali Highway that midnight. I don't know if it was some unknown species, some relic hominid that somehow remained hidden in the vast Alaskan wilderness. I don't know if it was something stranger still, something outside our normal categories of understanding. All I know is what I saw, a hunched, hair-covered form sitting in the middle of the road like a person might sit, its reddish-brown hair moving slightly in the breeze of our passing. And I know the fear I felt, not the normal fear you'd feel upon seeing a bear or moose on the road, but something deeper and more primal, like my body recognized a danger my mind couldn't yet comprehend. Sometimes I think about going back to Alaska, about driving that same stretch of highway at midnight to see if it might be there again. But then I remember the cold fear, the way my hands shook on the steering wheel, the pressure in my chest like I couldn't breathe properly. And I decide that some questions are better left unanswered, some roads better left untraveled again. Because whatever was sitting on that yellow line in the middle of the Denali Highway, human or animal or something in between, it wasn't supposed to be there, and maybe we weren't supposed to see it. Story 8. Number sign: the thing in the snow. I've lived in Alaska most of my life. When you grow up here, you learn to respect the wilderness in a way that's hard to explain to people from the lower 48. Up here, nature isn't just something pretty you visit on weekends. It's a force that can kill you if you're careless. I've seen -50-degree temperatures that freeze exposed skin in minutes. I've encountered moose that could crush a car with their massive bodies and bears that can outrun Olympic sprinters. I thought I understood all the dangers these woods held. I was wrong, so wrong. This happened back in the winter of 2015. We'd just had one of those perfect Alaskan snowfalls, about 14 inches of fresh powder that blanketed everything in pristine white. Not the wet, heavy snow that sticks to trees and weighs down power lines, but the dry, fluffy kind that sparkles like diamond dust when your headlights hit it. The kind that's perfect for snowmobiling. I'd been planning a night ride with 2 buddies for weeks. There's something special about riding snowmobiles at night. The quiet of the forest, broken only by your engine. The way your headlight cuts through the darkness, creating this tunnel of visibility while the rest of the world disappears into blackness. It's peaceful and exhilarating at the same time. We met up around 11 p.m. at my place, which sits on the outskirts of Anchorage with direct access to some great trails. The temperature was hovering around 15 degrees, practically balmy by winter standards up here. The sky was clear and star-filled, with just a sliver of moon providing minimal light. Perfect conditions. My friends brought their machines over on trailers. They had newer Ski-Doo models, with all the bells and whistles. I was riding my trusty Arctic Cat, not the newest or fastest, but reliable and familiar. We spent about 20 minutes checking our machines, making sure we had extra fuel, emergency supplies, and our communication systems working. Standard procedure up here. The wilderness doesn't forgive poor preparation. We set off around 11:30, heading north along trails I'd ridden hundreds of times before. With the fresh snow, we were the first ones breaking trail, our tracks cutting clean lines through the untouched powder. The plan was to ride for a couple hours, following a loop that would take us through some dense forest, up to a ridge with an amazing view of the city lights, and then back down through more open terrain. For the first 30 minutes or so, everything was normal. The 3 of us took turns leading. our headlights creating this bobbing line of visibility through the darkness. The only sounds were our engines and the soft shush of snow beneath our treads. The air was crisp and clean in that way that only winter air can be, filling your lungs with cold purity that makes you feel more awake, more alive. We reached a section of trail that cuts through a particularly dense part of the forest. The trees press in close on both sides, creating a natural tunnel effect. Fresh snow hung heavy on pine branches, occasionally dropping in soft plops as we passed beneath. Our headlights cast long, strange shadows that danced between the trees. I was leading at this point, setting a moderate pace. The trail here has some tricky turns and hidden obstacles under the snow, so I wasn't pushing it. About 10 minutes into this wooded section, I came over a small rise and saw something that made me slow down immediately. Crossing the trail ahead were footprints, big footprints, not the oval impressions of moose hooves or the rounded pads of bear tracks. These were unmistakably foot-shaped, with clear toe impressions at the front. Human-like but massive. Each print was easily twice the size of my own boot. I stopped completely, my engine idling as my friends pulled up behind me. The tracks cut straight across our path, coming from the dense forest on the right and disappearing into equally thick woods on the left. They were fresh, the edges still sharp in the new snow, not yet softened by time or wind. "What's up?" One of my friends called out, his voice muffled slightly by his helmet. I pointed down at the tracks. "Look at these!" We all climbed off our machines to get a better look. The three of us stood there, headlamps illuminating the massive prints. They were deep too. Whoever or whatever made them was heavy enough to sink at least 8 inches into the fresh powder. "Somebody hiking with snowshoes?" one friend suggested. But even as he said it, we all knew that wasn't right. Snowshoe tracks have a distinctive oval or teardrop shape. These were clearly feet, enormous feet with 5 distinct toes. "Maybe it's some kind of prank," my other friend offered. "Someone with those big foot-shaped stompers you can buy online?" It seemed plausible enough. People do weird things in the wilderness sometimes, but something about those tracks made my skin crawl. They were spaced far apart, suggesting a stride length much longer than any normal humans. And there was a deliberate, purposeful quality to them. A straight line cutting through difficult terrain, moving with confidence through deep snow. After a couple minutes of debate, we decided to continue on. What else could we do? Turn back because of some strange footprints? We were Alaskans, not easily spooked by wilderness mysteries. So we climbed back on our machines and proceeded, crossing over the tracks and continuing along the trail. But I couldn't shake the uneasiness those prints had triggered. I found myself scanning the trees more intently, my eyes straining to penetrate the darkness beyond the reach of my headlight. The forest suddenly seemed more sinister, the shadows deeper, more concealing. We rode for another 10 minutes or so, the trail gradually climbing toward the ridge that was our halfway point. I was still leading, still on edge, when I came around a bend and saw another set of the same tracks crossing our path. Same size, same depth, same inhuman stride length. But these were even fresher. I slowed again, and as my headlight swept across the trail, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. These tracks weren't just crossing our path like before. They were now following the same trail we were on, heading in the same direction. Something was ahead of us. I stopped completely, waiting for my friends to pull up beside me. I was about to point out the tracks when a sound from ahead made us all freeze. Crack! A sharp, distinct sound of a large branch breaking. Not the soft plop of snow falling from a tree, but the deliberate snap of something heavy stepping on a fallen branch buried beneath the snow. The sound came from just beyond the reach of our headlights, around the next bend in the trail. Something big was there, just out of sight. We sat motionless on our idling machines, all three of us staring into the darkness ahead. For several long seconds, there was nothing but silence. Then, another sound, a shuffling like something large moving through deep snow. I don't know what compelled me to do it. curiosity or stupidity or both, but I revved my engine slightly and inched forward, wanting to see what was making those sounds. My headlight gradually illuminated more of the trail ahead as I crept around the bend. That's when I saw it. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. About 50 yards ahead, standing in the middle of our trail, was what looked like a massive, dark figure. It was facing away from us, but at the sound of my approaching snowmobile, it turned. Even from that distance, I could tell it was huge, at least 7 feet tall, maybe taller. It was covered in what looked like dark fur or hair, its massive shoulders and back creating a silhouette that was unmistakably not human, yet not quite animal either. It was standing completely upright on 2 legs, its posture eerily human-like. For one frozen moment, we stared at each other, me on my idling snowmobile, this impossible creature standing in the middle of the trail. Then it moved. What happened next is what truly terrifies me, even now. The creature didn't run away from us, didn't drop to all fours like a bear might. Instead, it turned and sprinted forward, away from us but still on the trail, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for something so large in such deep snow. Its movement was fluid, powerful, covering ground with long strides that matched the tracks we'd seen. It ran exactly like a human would run, but faster, much faster than any human could move through knee-deep snow. Its arms pumped at its sides, its head forward, its whole body moving with a purpose and coordination that was disturbingly familiar, yet alien at the same time. My headlight kept it illuminated for maybe 5 seconds as it ran, before it reached a fallen tree that crossed the trail, a massive old pine, at least 4 feet in diameter. Without slowing, the creature leaped over this enormous obstacle in a single bound, clearing it completely and landing on the other side without breaking stride. Then it disappeared around the next bend, gone from my light's reach. The entire sighting couldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds, but it seared into my memory with perfect clarity. I sat there on my snowmobile, my entire body rigid with shock and a primal fear, unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't just fear of danger, it was deeper than that. More instinctual. It was the fear of witnessing something that shouldn't exist, something that fundamentally challenged everything I thought I knew about the world. I became aware that I was breathing in rapid, shallow gasps. My hands were trembling on the handlebars, and despite the cold, I was sweating inside my gear. I felt lightheaded, almost detached from reality. Without thinking, I spun my snowmobile around, nearly colliding with my friends who had pulled up behind me. "We need to leave," I said, my voice sounding strange and tight even to my own ears. "Now, we need to go back." They looked at me with confusion, unable to see what I'd witnessed from their position behind the bend. "What's wrong? What did you see?" One asked. "We need to go," I repeated, already pushing past them, turning my machine back toward home. "I'll explain later. Not here." Something in my voice or expression must have convinced them, because they didn't argue. They turned their machines around, and we headed back the way we'd come, moving much faster than was probably safe on the narrow, winding trail. I led the way, pushing my snowmobile to its limits, driven by a desperate need to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever I'd seen. Every shadow between the trees looked like a massive figure. Every sound above our engines seemed like heavy footsteps pursuing us. We made it back to my place in record time. As we pulled into my yard and killed our engines, the sudden silence was jarring. The normal world, my house, our trucks and trailers, the distant glow of city lights, seemed surreal after what I'd experienced. We went inside, and over hot coffee laced with whiskey, I told them what I'd seen. I expected disbelief, maybe even laughter. Instead, they listened in somber silence. When I finished, one of them quietly said, "I've heard stories, He went on to explain that his uncle, who'd worked as a bush pilot for decades, had seen something similar once. A large, hair-covered figure walking upright through a remote valley. His uncle had never talked about it publicly, fearing ridicule, but had shared the story within the family. My other friend admitted he hadn't seen what I saw on the trail, but he'd heard the branch breaking and the movement in the snow. And we'd all seen those tracks, inexplicable, massive, human-like prints in fresh snow where no human should have been. We talked late into the night, trying to rationalize what I'd witnessed. Could it have been a bear with mange, making it look less furry? No. The way it ran, completely upright, its gait and coordination were nothing like a bear's movement. A person in some kind of costume. Impossible. No human could move that fast through deep snow, leap that fallen tree so effortlessly, or leave tracks of that size and depth. In the end, we reached no conclusion, no comfortable explanation that could file the experience away in a neat, rational box. And that's perhaps the most disturbing part. Not just what I saw, but the lingering uncertainty, the way it undermines the ordered world I thought I lived in. I've been back on those trails since then, but never alone, never at night. I carry a more powerful light now, and a larger caliber pistol than I used to. I scan the snow for tracks, the trees for movement, with an alertness that borders on paranoia. My friends don't tease me about it. They understand. Sometimes, when heavy snow falls and the house creaks in the cold, I find myself standing at the window, staring out into the darkness, wondering if it's out there. I think about how it moved through that deep snow with such impossible speed and grace. How it cleared that massive fallen tree in a single bound. How for a brief moment it turned and looked at me, and I felt seen, truly seen, by something wild and intelligent that should not exist. The official line is that there are no apes in North America, certainly none that could survive an Alaskan winter. Science says what I saw that night cannot be real. But science hasn't been on those trails after midnight. Science hasn't seen massive, human-like tracks cutting through pristine snow or watched a 7-foot hair-covered figure sprint through deep powder with impossible speed and agility. I know what I saw, and the knowledge that it's out there, moving through those same woods I've traveled all my life, has changed something fundamental in how I view the wilderness. The forest is different to me now, not just a place of beauty and known dangers, but a realm of deeper mysteries, of things glimpsed at the edge of headlights, of questions without answers. Every time I hear a branch snap in the distance or catch movement in my peripheral vision, I wonder, is it watching me again? Is it out there right now, just beyond the trees, moving with that same fluid grace through the snow, leaving tracks that will make the next rider stop and question everything they thought they knew about these woods? All I know for certain is that the Alaskan wilderness holds secrets darker and stranger than I ever imagined. And on winter nights when the snow falls heavy and silent, I keep my doors locked, my curtains drawn, and try not to think about what might be moving out there in the darkness. Story 9. The figure in the clearing I've been hunting all my life. Since I was old enough to hold a rifle, my dad had me out in the woods learning to track, to be patient, to respect the animals we hunted. I'm no stranger to long hours in the wilderness, to the isolation of remote areas, to the sounds and movements of wildlife. What I'm trying to say is, I know what I'm looking at when I'm in the field. I can tell a moose from an elk from a deer at 1,000 yards. I know the difference between a black bear and a grizzly just from the way they move. But what my hunting partner and I saw 3 years ago in Alaska, that was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist. Something I still can't explain. It was early October, prime caribou season in Alaska. My hunting partner and I had been planning this trip for months. Saving up, getting our gear ready, poring over maps to find the perfect spot. We'd hired a bush pilot to fly us into a really remote area about 100 miles from the nearest town. the kind of place where you could go weeks without seeing another human being. The pilot dropped us off on this tiny makeshift airstrip, really just a slightly flatter area in a valley surrounded by mountains. As his plane disappeared over the ridge, that familiar feeling settled in. That mixture of excitement and vulnerability that comes from being truly isolated in the wilderness. No cell service, no roads, no easy way out. Just us, our gear, and whatever was sharing those mountains with us. We spent the first day setting up our base camp and scouting the area. The landscape was stunning in that harsh way Alaska can be. Vast open areas of tundra dotted with stands of spruce and birch. Rolling hills giving way to steeper mountains in the distance. Streams cutting through valleys. Perfect caribou country. On the second day, we found what looked like a promising spot. A high ridge overlooking a large clearing surrounded by dense forest. Caribou would often cross these open areas, moving between feeding grounds. The ridge gave us a perfect vantage point, with clear sight lines for about 1,000 yards in several directions. We set up there early in the morning, laying prone with our rifles and binoculars, prepared to wait as long as necessary. That's hunting. 99% waiting, 1% action. The morning passed slowly. We saw some smaller wildlife, a few Arctic hares, some ptarmigan, even a red fox slinking along the edge of the trees, but no caribou. The temperature was in the high 30s, cold but not unbearable with our gear. The sky was overcast, giving everything that flat grey light that makes distances hard to judge. It was around 1 in the afternoon when my partner nudged me. I'd been scanning the far side of the clearing through my binoculars, methodically moving from left to right, as we'd been taught. "Check that out," he said quietly, pointing toward the eastern edge of the clearing, where the forest was thickest. By that tall spruce with the broken top. I shifted my position slightly and adjusted my focus. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just the dark line of trees against the lighter background of the clearing. Then something moved, something big. From between two large spruce trees, a figure emerged into the clearing. My first thought was moose. They can appear almost human-like when they're standing still, especially at a distance. But as it moved further into the open, I realized this was no moose. It was walking upright on 2 legs, its movements smooth and deliberate. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, adjusting my binoculars to get a clearer view. Through the 10 times magnification, I could see it much better now. It was massive. Even at that distance, I could tell it was at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. Its body was covered in what looked like grey hair or fur, uniformly colored from head to toe. It walked completely upright, not hunched over like a bear might be if it was briefly standing on its hind legs. This thing was bipedal, moving with a smooth, almost fluid gait that seemed too graceful for something that size. "Is that a person?" my partner asked, his voice tight with confusion. "Maybe a hunter?" But we both knew that made no sense. There was no flash of orange safety gear, no rifle or pack visible. No human would be wandering through the remote backcountry without equipment. And no human moved quite like that, with long swinging arms that seemed disproportionate to its body, with that smooth, almost gliding stride that covered ground with uncanny efficiency. We watched in stunned silence as the figure moved across the edge of the clearing. It wasn't crossing directly. Instead, it seemed to be moving from one tree to another, stepping out into the open for 30 or 40 yards, then disappearing back into the tree line, only to emerge again a minute later at another spot. After about 5 minutes of this strange behavior, my partner finally spoke again. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, even though the figure was far too distant to hear us. "I don't know what I'm seeing," I admitted, not taking my eyes off the binoculars. "But it's not a bear. It's not a moose, and it's definitely not a person." The figure continued its odd pattern, emerging from the trees, walking in that unsettlingly fluid way for a short distance, then disappearing back into the forest, only to reappear a short time later. It was almost like it was patrolling or searching for something. Its head would turn slowly from side to side as it walked, scanning the area with deliberate movements. Should we shoot it?" my partner whispered, and I could hear the tension in his voice. We both had rifles. Mine a Dot, 30-06, his A, 300 Winchester Magnum. Either had more than enough power to bring down a caribou, or even a grizzly at that range, provided the shot was clean. The question sent a chill through me. The thought of firing at this, whatever it was, felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. It wasn't fear of missing, or even fear of hitting it and only wounding it. It was something deeper, more instinctual. Like some part of me recognized that this wasn't something we were supposed to interact with, let alone harm. "No," I said firmly. "We don't shoot at things we can't identify. That's the first rule." He nodded, seeming relieved that I'd made the decision for us. We continued watching in tense silence. What happened over the next half hour is something I've replayed in my mind countless times since. The figure maintained its pattern, emerging from the trees, walking a short distance in that smooth, upright gait, then returning to the forest. But there was a deliberateness to its movements that became increasingly unsettling. It wasn't random. It wasn't the wandering of an animal looking for food or marking territory. It was systematic, methodical. And then there was the moment that truly chilled me to my core. After about 20 minutes of observation, I had the distinct, overwhelming feeling that despite the distance between us, despite the fact that we were hidden on the ridge, it knew we were there. It never looked directly at us, never made any obvious indication that it was aware of our presence. But something in its behavior shifted. Its movements became more deliberate. Its head turns more pronounced when it was facing in our general direction. Do you think it knows we're watching it?" my partner asked, giving voice to my exact thoughts. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but something doesn't feel right." The creature had emerged from the trees again, this time staying in the open longer than before. Through my binoculars, I was trying to make out more details. Its face was obscured partially by the grey hair, but I could tell the head was more rounded than a bear's, more human-like in its proportions. Its shoulders were broad and powerful, its arms hanging lower than a human's would, swinging slightly as it walked with that unnervingly smooth gait. My partner shifted position slightly beside me, trying to ease the discomfort of lying prone on the cold ground for so long. A small group of caribou, 4 or 5 animals, had entered the far edge of the clearing, and his movement was an instinctive response, preparing for a potential shot. "Look," he said, excitement momentarily overriding the uneasiness we both felt. "Finally, some caribou." I glanced briefly at the caribou, then immediately looked back to where the grey figure had been. But in that split second, in that momentary shift of attention, it had vanished, completely. I scanned frantically through my binoculars, searching the area where it had just been standing, looking for any movement among the trees, any sign of where it could have gone. Nothing. It was as if it had simply ceased to exist the moment we looked away. "Where did it go?" I asked, still scanning. "Do you see it?" My partner searched as well, sweeping his binoculars across the tree line. "No, it was just there. How could it move that fast?" We spent the next 15 minutes searching, our caribou hunt completely forgotten. We scoured every inch of the visible forest edge, looking for any sign of the grey figure. But it was gone. No movement, no disturbance of branches, nothing to indicate where it had disappeared to or how it had vanished so completely in the brief moment we'd looked away. Eventually, we had to acknowledge that it was gone. The caribou had moved on as well, sensing our attention perhaps, or just continuing their natural movement through the area. The clearing was empty now, the forest still and silent in the flat grey light of the afternoon. "What the hell was that?" my partner finally asked, lowering his binoculars and looking at me with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. A mixture of confusion, disbelief, and something that looked unsettlingly like fear. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I really don't." We stayed on that ridge for another hour, partly hoping the caribou would return, partly hoping, or perhaps fearing, that the grey figure would reappear. But the clearing remained empty. Eventually, the light began to fade, and we had to make our way back to camp before darkness made navigation difficult. That night, sitting by our small camp stove in the growing darkness, we tried to make sense of what we'd seen. We went through all the possibilities: a bear walking oddly, a moose seen from a strange angle, even the far-fetched idea of another hunter in some kind of ghillie suit. But none of the explanations fit what we'd witnessed. The upright posture, the fluid movement, the deliberate behavior. It didn't match any known wildlife or any reasonable human activity. Maybe we both just saw something that wasn't there. My partner suggested at one point, though his tone made it clear he didn't believe that himself. Like a shared hallucination or something. But we both knew what we'd seen was real as the tent we sat in, as real as the mountains around us. We just didn't have a framework to understand it. The next day, we moved to a different area, neither of us suggesting we return to the same ridge. We didn't discuss it explicitly, but there was an unspoken agreement that we didn't want to see that grey figure again. We ended up getting our caribou, a decent-sized bull that would provide plenty of meat. We focused on the practical tasks of field dressing and preparing the meat for transport, letting the familiar work push the unsettling experience to the back of our minds. When our pilot flew in to pick us up 3 days later, he noticed the subdued mood despite our successful hunt. As we loaded our gear and meat into his small plane, he asked if everything had gone all right. My partner and I exchanged a glance, a silent question passing between us. Should we say something? After a moment's hesitation, I decided to test the waters. "We saw something strange out there," I said carefully, watching the pilot's reaction. "Something big, walking on 2 legs. Grey-colored, moving in a way that didn't seem normal." I expected dismissal, maybe gentle mockery. What I didn't expect was the casual nod of recognition the pilot gave us as he secured the last of our gear. "Probably saw the hairy man," he said, his tone so matter-of-fact he might have been commenting on the weather. "The natives around here have stories about them. Been seeing them in the remote areas for generations." He said it with such casualness, such acceptance, that it momentarily left me speechless. No questions about details, no skepticism, just immediate recognition of what we were describing. You believe in these things?" my partner asked, clearly as surprised as I was by the pilot's reaction. The pilot shrugged as he did his final pre-flight checks. "Been flying in these parts for 27 years. You hear enough stories from reliable people, hunters, trappers, other pilots. You start to think there might be something to it. These mountains are vast. A lot of places humans hardly ever go. Who knows what's living out there?" And that was it. He changed the subject to the weather conditions for our flight back, and we never returned to the topic of what we'd seen. But his casual acceptance, his lack of surprise, somehow made the whole experience even more unsettling. Like we'd stumbled upon a secret that was only a secret to outsiders, something the locals had long since accepted as reality. In the 3 years since that hunting trip, I've tried to make sense of what we saw. I've read accounts of similar sightings in Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. I've looked into Native American and First Nations legends about wild men of the mountains. I've even reluctantly delved into the world of Bigfoot research, despite my initial skepticism. Some of the descriptions match what we saw with uncanny accuracy: the height, the gait, the behavior of appearing and disappearing at forest edges. But what none of the books or websites or documentaries capture is the feeling, that bone-deep certainty that you're observing something intelligent, something aware, something that perhaps is studying you just as carefully as you're studying it. I still hunt. I still spend time in remote wilderness. But I've never again experienced that sensation of being watched by something I couldn't quite comprehend. And if I'm honest with myself, I hope I never do. Because some mysteries, once glimpsed, change how you see the world. They remind you that for all our maps and GPS coordinates and wildlife management studies, there are still things in the deep wilderness that defy our understanding, that exist outside our neat categories of known and documented species. The grey figure moving with that smooth, fluid grace between the trees at the edge of the clearing. I don't know what it was, but I know what I saw, and I know that somewhere in those vast Alaskan mountains, far from roads and towns and the eyes of most humans, something is walking upright, watching, waiting, something that knows those mountains far better than any human ever could. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods and the light is fading, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, scanning the tree line, half expecting to see a tall, grey figure emerging from between the trees, moving with that same unnaturally smooth gait. Not approaching, just watching, studying, learning. Maybe that's what haunts me most about that day. Not just what we saw, but the idea that while we were watching it, it was also watching us. And unlike us, it knew exactly what it was looking at. Story 10. The Call in the Night. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. I don't like talking about it because I still don't have answers. And honestly, every time I think about that night, I feel the same cold fear creeping back up my spine. But I need to get this out there, to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar. This happened back in January, just a few months ago. I live about 30 minutes outside of Anchorage, Alaska, in a small house set back from the main road. It's private, surrounded by trees, with a great view of the mountains. I've lived there for almost 15 years now, and I've gotten used to the isolation. In Alaska, having your closest neighbor a quarter-mile away isn't unusual. It's normal. My daughter had moved back in with me temporarily after finishing college. She was job hunting and saving money before getting her own place. She's always been independent and strong-willed, not the type to scare easily. She grew up in Alaska, after all. She knows what it's like to live in a place where nature is always reminding you how small and vulnerable humans really are. Our house is a simple two-story structure. My bedroom is downstairs, and my daughter's is upstairs, with windows that look out over the backyard and the forest beyond. There's a wraparound porch on the second floor that you can access from her room. That night, January 15th, was completely ordinary at first. I had gone to bed around 10, leaving my daughter upstairs watching something on her laptop. The weather wasn't particularly bad, cold, of course, being January in Alaska, but no storms or heavy snow. Just a typical winter night, clear and frigid, with the kind of stillness that makes every small sound seem amplified. I was in that half-asleep state when my phone rang. The sudden noise jarred me fully awake, and I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen showed it was my daughter calling, and the time was exactly 11:22 p.m. My first thought was that she was calling from the kitchen or living room, maybe asking if I wanted something to eat or drink, but then I remembered she was upstairs in her room. When I answered, her voice stopped my heart. She was absolutely terrified, whispering frantically, her words tumbling out so fast I could barely understand her at first. And my daughter, like I said, is not someone who scares easily. "Dad," she whispered, her voice trembling, "there's something outside my window." I sat up immediately, fully alert now. What do you mean? Like an animal. No, she said, and I could hear her struggling to keep her voice steady. There's something big walking back and forth outside. I can hear footsteps, heavy ones. They've been going on for like 10 minutes. I was already getting out of bed, pulling on my robe. Maybe it's a moose, I suggested, trying to sound calmer than I felt. We get moose in our yard fairly regularly, and they can make surprisingly heavy footsteps in the snow. It's not a moose, she insisted, her voice dropping even lower. I looked out the window. There's something out there, something big and dark. And Dad... Her voice caught for a second. It's standing upright. The top of whatever it is like 4 feet above the base of my window. That detail sent a chill through me. I'd measured that window when installing a new air conditioner last summer. Standing on the ground outside, my eyes were level with the base of her window, and I'm 5'4". If what she was seeing had its head 4 feet above the window base, that would make it around 9 feet tall. Stay where you are, I told her. I'm coming up, don't hang up. I kept the phone to my ear as I moved through the dark house, grabbing the baseball bat I keep by my bedroom door. My mind was racing through the possibilities. A bear. They can stand on their hind legs, but they don't typically walk around that way for extended periods. A person. But who would be lurking around our remote property at 11:30 at night in January when it's below freezing? As I climbed the stairs, I could hear my daughter breathing rapidly on the phone. It's still out there, she whispered. It keeps pacing back and forth. Dad, I'm scared. I reached her room and opened the door quietly. She was sitting on her bed, as far from the window as possible, her knees drawn up to her chest. She looked up at me, and in the dim light from her bedside lamp, I could see genuine fear on her face. Something I hadn't seen since she was a small child. It's right out there, she said, pointing toward the window. I approached cautiously, staying to one side so I wouldn't be silhouetted against the light from the room. As I got closer to the window, I heard it. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps crunching in the snow outside. Slow, deliberate steps, like something large and heavy walking back and forth. I peered carefully through the glass, and that's when I saw it, or rather, the shape of it. In the darkness, I could make out a large, dark figure moving along the edge of the tree line. It was too dark to see details, but the general shape was unmistakably vertical. A tall, broad silhouette, moving with what seemed like purpose. My heart began pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal wildlife. The way it moved, completely upright, with a smooth, almost methodical pace, was nothing like the movement patterns of bears or moose. And it was big, far bigger than any person I'd ever seen. As my eyes adjusted more to the darkness, I could make out that the figure was completely black, or very dark, standing out against the slightly lighter background of snow-covered ground. The top of it, what I assumed was its head, was indeed well above the base of the window, just as my daughter had described. "What is it?" my daughter whispered from her position on the bed. "I don't know," I admitted, not wanting to frighten her more, but unable to offer any rational explanation. "Stay here. I'm going to get a flashlight." I hurried back downstairs, my mind racing. Part of me wanted to call the police, but what would I say? There's a tall, dark figure walking around my yard. They'd take hours to reach us anyway, given our location. I grabbed the most powerful flashlight I had, a heavy-duty mag light that could double as a weapon if needed, and my cell phone. When I got back upstairs, my daughter was still in the same position, but now she was staring at the window with even more intensity. "It stopped moving," she whispered. "It's just standing there now." "I think it's looking at the house." I moved back to the window, and sure enough, the figure had stopped its pacing. It was standing completely still at the edge of the tree line, facing directly toward the house. Even in the darkness, there was something about its stillness that was deeply unnerving, like it was watching, waiting. I raised the flashlight, my hand shaking slightly, and aimed it toward the figure. For a moment I hesitated. Did I really want to see what was out there? But the need to know overcame my fear, and I switched on the powerful beam. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the yard and the edge of the forest. But where the figure had been standing seconds before, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. No movement, no retreating form, no tracks leading away, just the undisturbed snow and the dark line of trees. Where did it go? My daughter asked, now beside me at the window. I don't know, I said, sweeping the flashlight beam back and forth across the yard and tree line. It was just there. We stood in silence for several minutes, scanning the darkness. I opened the window a crack to listen for any sounds of movement, but the night was completely still. The only sound was our own breathing and the soft hum of the heating system. Maybe we imagined it, my daughter suggested, though her tone made it clear she didn't believe that. We both saw it, I said firmly, and heard it. We stayed there for nearly an hour, watching and listening. I kept the flashlight ready, periodically scanning the yard and forest edge, but the figure never reappeared. Eventually, I convinced my daughter to try to get some sleep, though neither of us was keen on the idea. I'll stay up and keep watch, I promised, settling into the chair by her window. She eventually dozed off around 1 in the morning, but I remained wide awake, my body tense, listening for any sound from outside. But the night remained eerily quiet. When morning came, the first thing I did was go outside to check for tracks or any evidence of what we'd seen. The snow in the backyard was about 8 inches deep, perfect for showing tracks. What I found made my blood run cold. There were tracks, large, distinctive impressions in the snow, exactly where we had seen the figure pacing. But they weren't animal tracks. They looked like footprints, human-shaped but enormous, easily twice the size of my own boots. And they followed the exact pattern we had observed, back and forth along the tree line, then stopping at the spot where the figure had stood still. But the most disturbing thing was what I found when I followed the tracks to see where they led. The footprints came directly out of the forest, followed the pacing pattern we'd witnessed, and then they simply stopped, right at the spot where the figure had been standing when I aimed the flashlight. There were no tracks leading away. It was as if whatever had made those footprints had simply vanished or been lifted straight up into the air. I took photos of the tracks with my phone, measuring them against my own boot for scale. The prints were about 17 inches long, far larger than any human foot I'd ever seen. And the stride length between them was massive, suggesting whatever made them had legs much longer than a normal person's. When my daughter woke up and came downstairs, I showed her the photos. She went pale, confirming that what we'd seen and heard was real, not some shared hallucination. But the physical evidence only deepened the mystery. What could have made those tracks, and where had it gone? Over the next few days, I discreetly asked some of our neighbors if they'd noticed anything unusual. Most hadn't, but one elderly man who'd lived in the area for over 50 years nodded knowingly when I described what we'd seen. "Sounds like you had a visitor," he said cryptically. "What do you mean, a visitor?" I pressed. He looked at me for a long moment, as if deciding whether to continue. "The old-timers around here call them the Watchers," he finally said. "They come around sometimes, usually in winter. They watch our homes, our movements. Never hurt anybody that I know of, but they've been seen for generations." "What are they?" I asked, trying not to sound as desperate for answers as I felt. He shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure. Native folks have their stories. Some say they're some kind of wild men that live deep in the mountains. Others say they're something else entirely. All I know is they're real, and they've been here a lot longer than we have." His casual acceptance of what we'd experienced was almost more unsettling than the encounter itself. Like this was just a known phenomenon that people in these parts occasionally dealt with. as normal as moose in the yard or heavy snowfall. In the weeks since that night, things have been quiet. No more nocturnal visitors, no more heavy footsteps in the snow. But something has changed in how we experience our home. My daughter installed blackout curtains in her room and rarely opens them after dark. I find myself listening more intently to every sound outside at night. And sometimes, when I look out at the forest edge, I can't shake the feeling that something is looking back, watching, waiting. I've researched local folklore, looked into reports of similar sightings in Alaska, even reluctantly ventured into online forums about Bigfoot and other cryptids. Some of what I've found resonates disturbingly with our experience. The height, the movement patterns, the way it seemed to appear and disappear. But nothing I've read or heard explains the most unsettling aspect of our encounter. The sense that whatever was outside that night wasn't just randomly passing through, it was deliberately pacing, observing, studying our home. It knew we were there, behind the glass, watching it. And for some reason, that knowledge doesn't bring fear so much as a deep primal unease that's hard to put into words. 2 weeks ago, I installed motion sensor lights around the property and a security camera system. So far, they've captured nothing unusual, just the occasional moose, fox, or rabbit. But sometimes the motion lights will trigger, and when I check the cameras, there's nothing there. Nothing visible, at least. My daughter is planning to move out next month into an apartment in downtown Anchorage. She says it's because she found a good job, and that's partly true. But I know the real reason. The same reason I've been considering selling this house after 15 years of loving the solitude it offered. Because now we know we're not really alone out here. And we know that whatever shares these woods with us sometimes comes right up to our windows, stands in our yard, and watches us while we sleep. The footsteps in the snow proved that wasn't imagination or hysteria. Those tracks were real, made by something massive that walks upright on 2 legs and moves with purpose. I don't know what it was that stood outside my daughter's window that January night. I don't know why it was there or where it went when the light hit it, but I know what I saw, what I heard, what I photographed the next morning. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and the wind is still, I find myself listening for those heavy, deliberate footsteps in the snow, wondering if our visitor will return and what it might want from us, if it does. Last night, I woke suddenly around 3 in the morning. The motion lights outside had triggered, bathing the yard in harsh white light. I got up quickly, checking the security camera feed on my phone as I moved to the window. The cameras showed nothing, just empty yard and silent trees. But as I peered out into the artificially lit snow, I noticed something that made my heart skip. A single line of those same enormous tracks leading from the forest directly toward the house. They stopped just beyond the reach of the cameras. I stood there frozen, staring at those tracks and the empty space where their maker should have been standing. The motion lights timed out, plunging the yard back into darkness. And in that moment, in the split second before my eyes readjusted to the dark, I could have sworn I saw a tall, dark silhouette just beyond the porch, looking up at my window. I'm writing this now, in the daylight, trying to make sense of what's happening. More tracks this morning, more evidence that something is out there, something that defies conventional explanation. I don't know what to do, who to talk to. All I know is that whatever stood outside my daughter's window that night in January has returned, and somehow I don't think it's going to stay in the shadows much longer. Story 11. Number sign. The footprints at Harris River. I've always considered myself a rational person. I work in IT, I believe in science, and I've never been the type to buy into ghost stories or cryptid sightings. But what happened last year on Mother's Day at the Harris River in Alaska changed something in me. I still don't know exactly what we saw that day, but I know what we found, and it wasn't something that should exist. My family has a tradition of getting together for Mother's Day. We're scattered across southern Alaska, so it's one of the few times each year we all make the effort to meet up. Last year, we decided to have a picnic along the Harris River. It's a beautiful spot about 30 minutes outside of town, with picnic tables set up in a clearing surrounded by dense forest on one side and the river on the other. It was a typical Alaskan spring day, cool but not cold, maybe mid-50s, with patches of sunlight breaking through an otherwise cloudy sky. We had a good turnout. My mom, my aunt and uncle, a couple of my siblings with their kids, and my cousin who'd driven up from Juneau the day before. The usual family gathering stuff, grilling burgers, people catching up on each other's lives, kids running around playing tag between the tables. After we'd eaten and the conversation had settled into that comfortable lull that happens at family events, my cousin suggested we take a walk along the river. I was feeling full and a bit restless from sitting around, so I agreed. We told everyone we'd be back in an hour or so, grabbed our water bottles and headed off down the trail that runs along the riverbank. The Harris River isn't huge, but it's substantial, maybe 30 feet across at its widest points, with a decent current. The trail follows it pretty closely, sometimes right alongside the bank, other times veering a bit into the trees before coming back to the water. It's well maintained near the picnic area, but gets progressively more rugged the further you go. We'd been walking for maybe 30 or 45 minutes, chatting about nothing important, jobs, relationships, the usual stuff. The trail had gotten narrower, and in some spots we had to navigate around fallen trees or muddy sections. We'd reached a part where the river widened out a bit, creating a sandy shoreline on our side. That's when my cousin suddenly stopped walking. He put his hand out to stop me too and pointed ahead. "You see that?" he asked, squinting a bit. I followed his gaze to a spot maybe 100 feet ahead of us. There was something dark on the trail, or maybe just off to the side of it near the riverbank. From that distance, it looked like a shape of some kind, but I couldn't make out details. I should mention that I wasn't wearing my glasses that day. I only need them for distance, and I'd left them in the car. "What is it?" I asked, squinting to try to bring it into focus. "A log or something?" "I think so," my cousin said, but he sounded uncertain. "Just looks weird the way it's positioned." Without my glasses, all I could see was a dark, somewhat oblong shape. It seemed to be partially on the trail and partially on the riverbank. I assumed it was a fallen tree or maybe a large piece of driftwood that had been washed up during the last high water. We started walking again, my cousin still looking ahead at whatever he'd spotted. As we got closer, I expected the shape to resolve into something recognizable. A log, a shadow, maybe even a large animal resting. But something odd happened instead. When we were about 50 feet away, my cousin stopped again. "Where did it go?" he said, sounding confused. I looked ahead again and he was right. The dark shape was no longer visible. The trail ahead was empty. "Maybe it was just a shadow," I suggested. "The clouds are moving pretty fast today." He shook his head. "No, it was definitely something solid. I saw it." We continued walking, both of us now curious about what he'd seen. When we reached the spot where the shape had been, we found something that made my blood run cold. There, in the soft sand of the riverbank, were footprints, but not normal footprints. Not human footprints, at least not any human I'd ever encountered. They were foot-shaped, with clear impressions of 5 toes at the front and a defined heel, but they were huge, unnaturally huge. We both stopped and stared down at them. The prints were pressed about an inch deep into the damp sand, and they were incredibly distinct, not smudged or distorted like tracks often get. There were 3 clear footprints, spaced as if something had been walking from the water's edge toward the forest. "What the hell?" my cousin whispered, crouching down to look more closely. I crouched beside him. examining the prints with a growing sense of unease. They were unmistakably foot-shaped, not bear paws, not moose hooves, not any wildlife tracks I was familiar with after years of living in Alaska. These had 5 distinct toes, a ball of the foot, an arch, and a heel, exactly like a human foot, but scaled up to an impossible size. These are footprints, I said, stating the obvious, because my brain was struggling to process what I was seeing. Yeah, but look at the size, my cousin replied, placing his own booted foot next to one for comparison. His foot, a men's size 10, looked like a child's print next to these enormous impressions. We estimated they'd be the equivalent of a size 13 to 15 in men's shoes, maybe even larger. But it wasn't just the length that was disturbing. They were wider than any human foot I'd ever seen, with toes that seemed slightly more spread apart than normal. What was even more unsettling was how fresh they looked. The edges were sharp and clean, not eroded by wind or water. There was no debris fallen into them, no leaves or pine needles or small twigs that would have accumulated if they'd been there long. These prints had been made recently, very recently. And then it hit me. The dark shape my cousin had seen just minutes earlier, the one that had seemingly disappeared as we approached, that hadn't been a log. We both came to this realization at the same time, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My cousin looked at me, his face suddenly pale. "You don't think—" he started, but couldn't seem to finish the thought. I looked from the footprints to the dense forest line about 20 feet away. Whatever had made those prints had been heading straight for the trees. "It was right here," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Like just now, right before we got here." We both stood up quickly, suddenly very aware of our surroundings. The forest that had seemed so ordinary minutes before now felt ominous, like something could be watching us from just behind the first line of trees. The pleasant sounds of the river now seemed to mask other potential sounds, like footsteps moving through underbrush. "We should go," my cousin said, and I didn't argue. We turned and started back down the trail toward the picnic area. At first, we tried to maintain some dignity, walking quickly but not running. But after about a minute, some unspoken agreement passed between us, and we both broke into a run. I'm not a particularly athletic person, but I ran that day like something was chasing me, because for all I knew, something was. We sprinted down that trail, jumping over roots and rocks, splashing through muddy patches we'd carefully navigated on the way in. My lungs were burning, and my legs ached, but the fear of whatever had made those footprints potentially being behind us kept me going. We must have run for about 10 minutes straight before finally slowing to a walk, both of us gasping for breath. I looked back down the trail, half expecting to see some massive figure coming after us. But there was nothing, just the empty path winding through the trees. What do you think that was?" my cousin asked between breaths. "I don't know," I admitted. "Bears don't leave prints like that. Nothing does." We walked the rest of the way back in tense silence, both lost in our own thoughts. I kept replaying the image of those footprints in my mind, the clear toe impressions, the massive size, the unmistakably fresh appearance. And I kept thinking about the dark shape that had been there and then vanished as we approached. Had it seen us coming? Had it deliberately hidden itself in the forest? When we finally reached the picnic area, our family was packing up to leave. They noticed our disheveled appearance, the sweat on our faces despite the cool day. "What happened to you two?" my aunt asked, looking concerned. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I glanced at my cousin, unsure of what to say. Part of me wanted to tell them exactly what we'd found, to have them come see the footprints for themselves. But another part of me already knew how it would sound, like we were making up stories or exaggerating something ordinary. "We found some weird footprints," my cousin said casually, downplaying our obvious distress. really big ones by the river. "Oh yeah?" my uncle said with a smile. "Bigfoot out for a Mother's Day stroll, was he?" Everyone laughed, including my cousin, though I could tell his laugh was forced. I managed a weak smile but said nothing. They thought we were joking, or at best, that we'd seen some unusual animal tracks and gotten overexcited. "Well, Bigfoot or not, we need to hit the road," my mum said, checking her watch. "It's getting late, and some of us have a long drive ahead." And just like that, the moment passed. No one asked for details about what we'd seen. No one offered to go look at the footprints. They all assumed it was just a funny story or a misidentified bear track. The picnic wrapped up, everyone said their goodbyes, and within 20 minutes we'd all departed in our separate vehicles. On the drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. I've lived in Alaska my whole life. I've seen plenty of wildlife tracks, bear, moose, wolf, and everything in between. I know what they look like. What we saw by the Harris River that day wasn't from any animal native to these forests. When I got home, I immediately went online and started researching. I looked up bear prints first, hoping to find some rational explanation. But bear tracks have 5 toes and a pad, not a heel and arch like a human foot. I looked at moose tracks, wolf tracks, even human footprint casts from archaeological sites. Nothing matched what we'd seen. Eventually, despite my resistance to the idea, I found myself on websites about Bigfoot and Sasquatch sightings. I'd always dismissed these as folklore or misidentifications, but now I wasn't so sure. Some of the descriptions and photos of alleged footprints looked disturbingly similar to what we'd found. The 5 toes, the human-like shape, but massive size. I called my cousin that evening, and we talked for over an hour about what we'd experienced. He admitted that what he'd seen, that dark shape on the trail that disappeared, had looked vaguely humanoid to him, though he'd initially dismissed the thought as ridiculous. It had seemed to be crouching or sitting by the riverbank, and when he first spotted it, he'd assumed it was just a fallen tree or large rock. But there had been something about the way it was positioned that struck him as odd, even from a distance. "I think it saw us," he said finally. "I think it heard us coming and moved into the trees before we could get a good look at it." The thought sent chills down my spine, because I'd been thinking the same thing. Whatever made those prints hadn't just wandered off. The timing was too perfect. It had been there moments before we arrived, and it had deliberately hidden itself from our view, which meant it was intelligent, aware, conscious enough to know it should conceal itself from humans. In the days that followed, I considered going back to the Harris River to look for more evidence, maybe take photos of the footprints, or look for hair or other signs along the tree line where the creature would have entered the forest. But something stopped me, a deep, instinctual fear that I might find more than footprints this time. It's been over a year now since that Mother's Day at the Harris River. I haven't told many people about what we found, just a few close friends who I trusted not to laugh it off. Most reacted with polite skepticism, the same way our family had. One friend suggested we might have found an elaborate prank, someone with homemade Bigfoot shoes making fake tracks to scare hikers. Maybe that's all it was. A prank. A hoax. Some local teenagers with too much time on their hands. But I can't shake the memory of those footprints, so clearly defined, so obviously fresh. And the dark shape that disappeared as we approached, as if it knew to hide from us. If it was a prank, it was an incredibly well-timed one. I still go hiking in the Alaska wilderness. I still enjoy the outdoors and the natural beauty of this state. But something has changed in how I experience these wild places. I'm more alert now, more aware of my surroundings. I catch myself scanning the tree line more often, listening more intently to sounds in the forest. And sometimes, when I'm on a trail and the trees are thick around me, I get the distinct feeling that I'm being watched. I don't know what we encountered that day by the Harris River. I don't know if it was the legendary Sasquatch or Bigfoot or whatever name you want to give it. All I know is that something left those footprints. Something with feet shaped like a human's but much, much larger. Something that was there one moment and gone the next, as if it knew to hide from our approach. And maybe, just maybe, it's still out there in those woods, watching hikers and picnickers from just behind the tree line, leaving footprints in sandy riverbanks as the only evidence of its existence. Last weekend, I was hiking alone near a different river, about 30 miles from the Harris. The trail was empty that day. I hadn't seen another person for hours. As I rounded a bend, I heard a distinct crack of a branch breaking in the forest to my right. I stopped and looked toward the sound, but saw nothing through the dense trees. Then I noticed something on the muddy trail ahead, just for a second before a gust of wind blew leaves and debris across it. Was it a footprint, large with 5 toes? I hurried forward to check, my heart racing, but by the time I reached the spot, whatever impression had been there was obscured by the fallen leaves. I stood there for a long moment, listening to the forest, feeling again that sensation of being watched. Then I turned and walked quickly back the way I'd come, unable to shake the feeling that something was following me, just out of sight among the trees. This time I didn't run, but I wanted to. Story 12. The figure on the trail. I've never been able to shake what happened that evening in Alaska. It's been 3 years, and I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, thinking I can see that silhouette at the foot of my bed. I know that sounds dramatic, but when you see something your brain can't process, something that shouldn't exist, it changes you. It rewires something in your mind that can't be fixed. My partner and I had been planning this trip to the Kennecott area for months. We're both experienced hikers, not professionals or anything, but we've done our fair share of backcountry camping all over the Pacific Northwest. Alaska was different, though. The wilderness there feels older somehow, more untouched. Like humans are just temporary visitors in a landscape that doesn't really want us there. We'd spent 3 days hiking through some of the most beautiful terrain I've ever seen. The Kennecott Glacier area is just stunning. Massive mountains, valleys carved by ancient ice, forests that seem to go on forever. During the day, it was breathtaking. But as the sun started to set on our 4th day, we realized we'd miscalculated how long it would take to reach our planned campsite. "We're not going to make it before dark," my partner said, checking the GPS on their phone. The trail ahead still wound another 4 miles through increasingly dense forest before reaching the spot we'd marked. I checked my watch, 7:30 p.m. In summer, Alaska stays light late, but darkness was definitely coming, and neither of us wanted to navigate that trail in the dark. "Let's find a spot to set up here," I suggested, scanning the area. "There's got to be a clearing nearby." After about 20 minutes of searching just off the main trail, we found what seemed like a perfect spot. A small, flat clearing surrounded by spruce trees with a decent view of the mountains in the distance. It wasn't where we'd planned to camp, but it would do for the night. We quickly set up our tent, unpacked the essentials, and made a simple dinner on our portable stove. The temperature was dropping fast as the sun began to dip behind the mountains. That's typical for Alaska in summer, comfortable during the day, but as soon as the sun gets low, you feel the chill creeping in. After dinner, I wanted a cigarette. I don't smoke regularly anymore, just occasionally when I'm camping or hiking. There's something about being in the wilderness that makes me crave that little ritual. My partner hates the smell, though, so I always walk a bit away from camp to smoke. "I'm going to head down to the trail for a few minutes," I told them as they were organizing gear in the tent. "Take the bear spray," they replied without looking up. "Standard advice in Alaska. You don't wander anywhere without protection." I grabbed the small canister of bear spray, slipped on my jacket, and headed back through the trees toward the main trail. It wasn't fully dark yet, just that strange twilight that seems to last forever in northern summers. The sky was a deep blue, fading to purple near the horizon, but there was still enough light to see clearly. The main trail was about 50 yards from our campsite. It was wider than a standard hiking path, more like an old maintenance road that had been partially reclaimed by nature. Perfect for a quick smoke without bothering my partner back at camp. I'd been standing there for maybe 5 minutes, enjoying the cigarette and the stillness of the evening, when I noticed a shape moving on the trail ahead of me. The trail curved gently about 100 yards away, and beyond that curve, I could make out what appeared to be someone riding a bicycle. My first thought was confusion. We were miles from any road, deep in the backcountry. Who the hell would be out here with a bicycle? Maybe it was a park ranger on some kind of trail-friendly mountain bike, but even that seemed unlikely on these rough trails. As I squinted to get a better look, I realized something was off. The silhouette had that distinctive shape of a person hunched over bicycle handlebars, the curved back, the arms extended forward, the legs in that pedaling position. But I couldn't actually see a bicycle, just the human-like shape. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding strangely loud in the quiet evening. No response. The figure didn't move. It just stayed there, perfectly still, in that bicycling posture. A chill ran up my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. Something was very wrong with what I was seeing. I took a few steps forward, straining my eyes to make better sense of the silhouette. It was maybe 75 yards away now, still motionless. In the fading light, all I could see was a dark shape, but the proportions seemed wrong. The arms looked too long for the body, extending forward like they were gripping handlebars, but there were no handlebars. The legs were spread wide, as if straddling a bicycle frame, but there was no bicycle. My heart started pounding in my chest. I felt that primal, instinctual fear that comes when you see something your brain can't quite categorize, when something looks almost human, but not quite. I wanted to turn and run back to our campsite, but I was frozen in place, staring at this impossible figure. "Hey!" I shouted louder this time, a hint of panic in my voice. I hoped it was just some hiker resting in a strange position, and they'd respond normally, and this creeping dread would evaporate. No response. Just that silent, motionless figure in its bicycle-riding pose without a bicycle. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I turned my head briefly to call for my partner. "Hey, can you come here for a second?" I yelled toward our campsite, needing someone else to see this, to confirm I wasn't hallucinating. When I looked back at the trail, it couldn't have been more than 2 seconds. The figure was gone, completely vanished. "What?" I heard my partner call from the direction of our camp, but I couldn't answer. I was scanning the trail frantically, looking for where the figure could have gone. There was nowhere it could have disappeared to so quickly. The trail was open for at least 50 yards in either direction from where it had been standing. The only place it could have gone was into the forest on either side, but the undergrowth was thick. Nothing could have moved through it silently or quickly enough to vanish in the couple of seconds I'd looked away, unless it hadn't been there at all. But I knew what I'd seen. That silhouette, posed like a bicycle rider without a bicycle, had been real as the trail beneath my feet and the mountains in the distance. "Never mind," I finally called back to my partner, my voice shaking slightly. I didn't want them coming out here now. I didn't want them in the open with whatever that had been. I took a few tentative steps forward, moving cautiously toward the spot where the figure had been standing. The rational part of my brain was telling me I had to investigate, had to make sense of what I'd seen. But every instinct was screaming at me to run back to the campsite, to not get any closer to where that thing had been. I'd made it about halfway to the spot when I heard it, a sound from the dense forest to my right. It wasn't loud, just the soft snapping of branches and rustling of underbrush. But it was deliberate, rhythmic, like footsteps moving quickly through the trees. I stopped dead in my tracks, turning toward the sound. The forest was a wall of shadows now as the light continued to fade. I couldn't see anything moving among the trees, but I could hear it. Something large navigating through the undergrowth with surprising speed and agility. And then I saw it, just for a split second, between two large trees about 20 yards into the forest. The same silhouette, moving rapidly on two legs, not running like a human would run, but gliding almost, with a smooth, fluid motion that covered ground at an impossible rate. It moved upright, bipedal, but with a grace and speed no human could match through that dense forest. Then it was gone again, deeper into the trees, the sounds of its passage fading quickly. My blood ran cold, my mouth went dry. I stood there on the trail, my cigarette long forgotten, burning down between my fingers until the heat against my skin snapped me back to reality. I dropped it, stamped it out automatically, and then, finally giving in to the fear, I ran back toward our campsite. I burst into the clearing, probably looking as terrified as I felt. My partner was sitting by our small camp stove, looking up with concern as I came crashing through the trees. "What's wrong?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," they said, half joking but with genuine worry in their voice. I couldn't find the words at first. How do you describe seeing something your brain tells you cannot exist? How do you explain a human-like figure posed like a bicycle rider but without a bicycle that disappears in seconds and then moves through dense forest with impossible speed and grace? I saw something on the trail," I finally managed, my voice unsteady. "I think someone's out there." My partner immediately went into alert mode, standing up and looking toward the trail. "Someone? Like another hiker?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "It looked like someone on a bike at first, but there wasn't a bike. And then it moved into the forest, fast, too fast." I could see the confusion on their face, trying to make sense of my disjointed explanation. "What do you mean there wasn't a bike, like they were carrying it?" "No." I shook my head, knowing how crazy it was going to sound. "They were in the position of riding a bike, hunched over, arms out, legs spread. But there was no bike. It was just a figure, and when I looked away for literally 2 seconds, it was gone. Then I heard it moving through the forest, and I saw it again, just for a moment, moving between the trees." My partner stared at me for a long moment, clearly trying to decide if I was playing some kind of joke. "That doesn't make any sense," they finally said. "I know it doesn't," I agreed. "But that's what I saw." We both fell silent, looking toward the darkening forest surrounding our little clearing. The sun had slipped completely below the horizon now, leaving just a faint purple glow in the western sky. The trees around us were black silhouettes against the deepening twilight, and every shadow suddenly seemed to hide potential movement. "We should get inside the tent," my partner said quietly. I nodded, and we both moved to collect our things and secure the campsite. As we were preparing to zip ourselves into the relative safety of our tent, I heard it again, that same rhythmic movement through the underbrush, but from a different direction now, coming from the east side of our clearing. My partner heard it too. Their heads snapped up, eyes wide. "What's that?" they whispered. "That's what I heard before," I said, my voice barely audible, after the figure disappeared. We both stood perfectly still, listening. The sound continued, steady, deliberate movement through the forest, circling around the edge of our clearing, but never emerging into the open. Whatever it was moving in a wide arc around our campsite, staying just within the tree line. "Hello?" my partner called out, their voice stronger than I could have managed at that moment. "Is someone there?" The sound stopped immediately. Complete silence fell over the forest. No movement, no rustling leaves, not even the call of a night bird or insect. It was as if the entire woodland was holding its breath. We waited, tense and alert, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, from the opposite side of the clearing, the west side now, the sounds began again. Whatever it was had moved silently from one side of our camp to the other without ever crossing the open space where we could see it. "We need to get in the tent." "Now," I said, grabbing my partner's arm. They didn't argue. We hurried inside, zipping the entrance closed behind us. It was a flimsy barrier, just thin nylon fabric, but it somehow felt safer than being exposed in the open clearing. We turned on our headlamps, the small beams of light making the darkness outside seem even more impenetrable. "What do you think it is?" my partner whispered, their face pale in the artificial light. "A bear." I shook my head. Bears don't move like that. They're not that fast through dense forest, and they make more noise, and they definitely don't stand in bike riding positions on trails. Maybe it was just a weird shadow, or your eyes playing tricks in the twilight. I wanted to believe that. God, how I wanted to convince myself it had just been my imagination or a trick of the fading light. But I knew what I'd seen. That figure had been real. Its movement through the forest had been real, and now it was circling our camp. "No," I said firmly. "It wasn't a shadow or a trick of light. There was something out there, something that looked almost human but moved wrong." We fell silent again, listening. The sounds had stopped, but I had the overwhelming sense that whatever it was still out there, watching, waiting. I could feel its presence just beyond the thin walls of our tent. We spent that night huddled together, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound from the forest around us. Neither of us voiced the fear that was uppermost in our minds, that the tent entrance might suddenly unzip from the outside, that we might come face to face with whatever had been posed like a bicycle rider on the trail. When morning finally came, we packed up camp in record time, barely speaking as we stuffed gear into our backpacks. The forest looked normal in the daylight, just trees and underbrush and dappled sunlight. But it felt different somehow, watchful, aware. We hiked out that day, abandoning our planned route, heading straight for the nearest ranger station. We didn't report what we'd seen. What would we say? That we'd encountered a humanoid figure mimicking a bicycle rider without a bicycle. That it had moved with impossible speed and grace through dense forest. That it had circled our campsite all night, never showing itself, but making sure we knew it was there. They'd think we were crazy, or that we'd eaten some bad mushrooms, or that we were just another couple of tourists spooked by the unfamiliar wilderness. But I know what I saw on that trail near Kennicott. I saw something that shouldn't exist, something that my mind still struggles to categorize or understand, something that looked almost human, but moved in ways no human could move, something intelligent enough to stay hidden, to circle our camp, to let us know it was there without ever revealing itself fully. I've done research since then, read accounts of similar sightings in the Alaska wilderness, stories of strange bipedal creatures with uncanny speed and agility. Some call them Bigfoot or Sasquatch. The native Tlingit and Athabascan peoples have their own names and legends about similar beings, but none of the descriptions quite match what I saw that evening on the trail. That bizarre, unsettling posture, arms extended forward as if gripping handlebars that weren't there, legs spread wide as if straddling a non-existent bicycle frame. It's like it was imitating something it had seen humans do, but didn't fully understand the context. That's what haunts me the most, the implication of intelligence, of observation, of deliberate mimicry. We still hike and camp, my partner and I, but never in Alaska. And I've noticed we both have the same new habit, constantly scanning the trail ahead, watching for silhouettes that don't quite make sense. Listening for that distinctive sound of something moving too quickly, too smoothly, through dense forest where nothing should be able to move that fast. Because once you've seen something your brain tells you shouldn't exist, you never stop looking for it. You never stop wondering when you might see it again. And you never ever forget the feeling of being watched by something that understands you far better than you understand it. Last week, I was driving home late at night along a lonely stretch of highway. My headlights caught something at the edge of the road ahead. Just for a second, just a glimpse. A dark figure hunched over in that same distinctive posture, arms extended forward. My heart nearly stopped. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly on the empty road. But when my car came to a stop and I looked again, there was nothing there. Just empty roadside and forest beyond. Just shadows and trees and the endless darkness that might be hiding anything. I sat there for a long moment, engine idling, headlights illuminating nothing unusual. Then I put the car in drive and continued home, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror and the darkness beyond my headlights. Because I know it's still out there somewhere, watching, waiting, learning. Story 13. The Thing in the Woods. It's been nearly 60 years since that day in 1964, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories fade with time, but not this one. This one's burned into my brain like a brand. I was 32 then, living in a small cabin outside Fairbanks, Alaska. I'd moved up there after my time in the Army, looking for solitude and a simpler way of life. Alaska in the 60s was about as wild as America got. Endless forests, mountains that seemed to touch the sky, and more wildlife than people by a long shot. I was an avid hunter back then. Still am, I guess, though these old bones don't get out as much anymore. But in those days, I'd hunt anything in season, moose, caribou, even bear if I was feeling particularly adventurous. That day in early October, I decided to try my luck with deer. Nothing special about the day itself. Cool but not cold, maybe 40 degrees, with that crisp fall air that makes your lungs feel clean when you breathe it in. My usual hunting grounds were about 35 miles south of Fairbanks, in an area that was pretty remote even by Alaska standards. No proper roads out there, just old logging tracks and game trails. I'd drive my old Ford pickup as far as I could, then hike the rest of the way in. I knew those woods like the back of my hand. Every ridge, every creek, every clearing where deer might graze in the early morning or late evening. That morning, I'd gotten a late start. Usually I'd be in position before sunrise, but I'd overslept and didn't reach my parking spot until around 9. Still, it was a beautiful day for a hunt, even if I'd missed the prime early hours. I parked at my usual spot, a small clearing at the end of an old dirt road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. I remember checking my gear one last time before heading out, my Winchester Dot. 30-06 rifle, which I'd had since my 20s. My Smith & Wesson revolver on my hip, more for peace of mind than anything else. A small pack with water, jerky, and a few other essentials. I wasn't planning a long hunt, just a few hours of stalking through familiar territory. The area was dense forest, mostly spruce and birch, with thick undergrowth in places. Perfect cover for deer, but also good for a hunter who knew how to move quietly. The plan was to follow the old dirt road for about a half mile, then cut into the woods toward a small meadow where I'd had luck before. I'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes, moving slowly and quietly along the road. It was peaceful, just the sound of birds, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the soft crunch of my boots on the gravel. The road curved gently through the trees, with dense forest on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patches, creating that beautiful play of light and shadow you only get in the woods. As I rounded a small rise in the road, something moved at the edge of my vision. I stopped immediately, a hunter's instinct. About 30 feet ahead of me, something was emerging from the tree line onto the road. My first thought was deer. That flash of movement, that sense of a large animal. But as it fully emerged from the trees, I realized this was no deer. It was tall, at least 6 feet, maybe more, and it was standing upright on 2 legs. For a split second, my brain tried to categorize it as a bear. Black bears will sometimes stand upright briefly, but this wasn't standing like a bear. It was walking, moving with a natural bipedal gait that was disturbingly human-like. But it wasn't human. It couldn't be. The thing was covered completely in dark brown hair, not fur but hair, long and somewhat matted, especially on its back and shoulders. Its body was thick and powerful looking, with proportions that were close to human but somehow off. The arms too long, the shoulders too broad, the neck almost non-existent. And its head, that's what really shook me. It was large, with a pronounced brow ridge and a forehead that sloped back sharply. Its face was partially obscured by hair, but I could clearly see its eyes, dark, deep-set eyes that looked unnervingly aware. It stopped in the middle of the road when it saw me, just stopped and stood there, staring directly at me. There was no surprise in its posture, no alarm. It was as if it had known I was there all along and had decided to show itself. We stood like that, maybe 25 or 30 feet apart, just looking at each other for what felt like eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. The strangest part? I wasn't afraid, not then. I was shocked, confused, absolutely bewildered, but not scared. It was like my brain couldn't process enough of what I was seeing to generate fear. This thing, whatever it was clearly not a recognized animal, not a person in a costume. Who would be out here miles from anywhere in something like that, but something other. Something that shouldn't exist, but was standing right there in front of me, as solid and real as the trees around us. I had my rifle slung over my shoulder and a pistol on my hip. I'd been hunting most of my life at that point, had faced down bears and even a wounded moose once, which is terrifying, let me tell you. But it never even occurred to me to reach for either weapon. It feels important to say that. It wasn't that I chose not to, but that the thought never even crossed my mind. After those endless seconds of staring, the creature made a sound. It wasn't a growl or a roar or anything aggressive. It was more like a low grunt, almost like a heavy exhalation, as if it was saying "huh" to itself. Then, with a deliberateness that still haunts me, it simply turned and walked across the road toward the forest on the opposite side. Its movement was smooth, unhurried. It didn't run or scramble, it just walked with a rolling gait that covered ground efficiently. As it moved away, I could see the full scale of it. The broad back tapering to a narrower waist, the long arms, the way its hair hung down almost to the middle of its back. It entered the tree line on the other side of the road and disappeared into the shadows between the trunks without a backward glance. I stood there, frozen, for at least another minute. My heart was pounding, not from fear exactly, but from the sheer overwhelming nature of what I'd just witnessed. My mind was racing, trying to categorize, to understand, to fit this encounter into some sort of recognizable framework. But there was no framework for this. Nothing in my experience had prepared me for coming face to face with whatever that was. Eventually, I managed to get my legs working again. I didn't feel like hunting anymore. The encounter had blown away any focus I might have had. I decided to head back to my truck. As I turned and began walking, my legs felt strangely weak, like I might stumble at any moment. My mind was still replaying the encounter, trying to make sense of it. Was it some kind of undiscovered primate? A person with some extreme medical condition? A bear with mange that made it look strange and walk oddly? None of the explanations I came up with seemed to fit what I'd seen. I'd gone maybe 100 yards back the way I came when I heard it. The sharp crack of branches breaking in the forest from the direction where the creature had first emerged. I stopped, listening intently. There was a moment of silence, and then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low call that started deep and rose in pitch, not quite a howl, not quite a whoop, but something in between. It was unlike any animal call I'd ever heard, and I'd heard pretty much everything in those woods. Before I could even process that sound, there was a response, a similar call, but slightly different in tone, coming from the opposite side of the road, from the direction where the creature had disappeared into the trees. The realization hit me like a physical blow. There were more of them, at least two, communicating with each other, and they were on both sides of the road I was standing in the middle of. That's when the fear finally hit me, not the startled response of a sudden scare, but a deep, primal dread that seemed to rise up from my very core. Every instinct I had was suddenly screaming at me to get out of there, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever these things were. My mouth went dry, and I could feel sweat breaking out on my forehead and back despite the cool air. I didn't run. Running triggers a predator's chase instinct, but I walked as quickly as I could while still trying to stay aware of my surroundings. Every few steps, I'd scan the tree line on both sides of the road, expecting at any moment to see more of those creatures emerging from the forest. The calls had stopped, but the silence that replaced them was almost worse. I could feel eyes on me watching my retreat, and the sensation made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It took me what felt like an eternity to reach my truck. When I finally saw it sitting there in the clearing, I nearly cried with relief. I climbed in, locked the doors, a futile gesture if those things decided to come after me, but it made me feel marginally safer, and sat there for a few minutes just breathing, trying to calm my racing heart. As my initial panic subsided, curiosity began to creep back in. What had I just seen? I'd been hunting these woods for years and had never encountered anything like it. I knew every animal native to Alaska, and this wasn't one of them. It walked on two legs, with a gait that was too smooth, too natural to be a bear or any other quadruped temporarily standing upright. Its proportions, its movements, its obvious intelligence, none of it fit with known wildlife. There had been stories, of course. Every rural area has its local legends, and Alaska had more than most. Tales of the hairy man or bushman, a large, hair-covered creature that walked upright like a human, but wasn't human. Indigenous peoples throughout Alaska had their own names for similar beings in their folklore. As a practical, no-nonsense hunter, I'd always dismissed these stories as exaggerations, misidentifications, or outright fabrications. Now, sitting in my truck with the memory of that encounter still fresh in my mind, I wasn't so sure anymore. What I'd seen hadn't been a bear. It hadn't been a man in a costume. It had been something else, something that moved with purpose and intelligence, something that communicated with others of its kind. I started the truck and drove back toward Fairbanks, my mind still churning. Should I report what I'd seen? To whom? The local wildlife authorities would probably think I was crazy or drunk. The newspapers would turn it into a sensationalized story that would make me a laughingstock. And even if someone did believe me, what then? Would they organize some kind of expedition to find these creatures? The thought made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't quite explain. In the end, I told only a few trusted friends about the encounter. Some were skeptical, some were fascinated, but none dismissed it outright. These were people who knew me, knew I wasn't prone to exaggeration or flights of fancy. One friend, an older man who'd spent his whole life in the Alaskan wilderness, listened to my story without interruption, then simply nodded and said, "They're out there. Always have been. Most folks just aren't lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to see 'em." Over the years, I've tried to make sense of what I saw that day. I've read accounts of similar sightings, looked into the folklore of different cultures, even reluctantly dipped my toe into the world of Bigfoot research, though I hate using that sensationalized term for what I encountered. Some of the descriptions match closely with what I saw: the height, the sloping forehead, the long arms, the matted hair, the way it moved with such deliberate purpose, not afraid but cautious, aware. But what haunts me most, even after all these decades, isn't just the creature I saw. It's the knowledge that they were communicating, coordinating, watching me from both sides of the road as I made my retreat. That level of intelligence, of social organization, suggests something far beyond a simple undiscovered animal. It suggests a species that has lived alongside us, hidden in the vast wilderness, watching and learning and deliberately staying out of sight. I still hunt those woods sometimes, though not as often as I used to, and never alone, not anymore. I've never had another encounter like that one, never again come face to face with one of those creatures. But sometimes, when I'm in a particularly remote area, I get a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a feeling of being observed. And occasionally, very occasionally, I'll hear something in the distance, that same call, starting low and rising in pitch. When that happens, I turn around and head back to civilization, no matter how good the hunting might be. Because I know they're out there. I know they're watching. And I know that for whatever reason, on that October day in 1964, one of them decided to let me see it, to reveal itself briefly before disappearing back into the endless Alaskan wilderness that has kept their secret for who knows how long. I've told this story maybe a dozen times over the years. Some people believe me, some don't. I don't much care either way anymore. I know what I saw. I know it was real. And sometimes, on nights when the wind is blowing through the trees outside my window and sleep won't come, I find myself wondering, why did it show itself to me? Was it curiosity, a warning, simple chance? Or was it sending a message, letting me know that these woods aren't just ours, that we share them with something else, something that's been here much longer than us, something that could reveal itself more widely if it chose to, but for its own reasons, remains hidden in the shadows, watching, waiting, calling to others of its kind, in voices that still send chills down my spine after all these years. Story 14. The Thing on the Mountain. I've never told this story outside of my closest friends from the unit. It's not something I talk about casually, and I've certainly never put it in writing before. But after all these years, I still can't make sense of what we saw that day in the mountains. And maybe getting it out there will help me process it somehow. Or maybe someone else has seen the same thing and can tell me I'm not crazy. This happened during a military training exercise in Alaska back in 2013. I was with a special reconnaissance unit, 12 of us total, all experienced guys with multiple deployments under our belts. We were doing cold weather training in one of the most remote parts of the state, about 100 miles from the nearest town. This was serious wilderness, the kind of terrain where if something goes wrong, you're completely on your own. The exercise was scheduled to last 10 days. We'd been dropped by helicopter into this valley surrounded by steep mountains, with instructions to navigate to 3 different checkpoints while surviving in sub-zero conditions. Standard stuff for our unit, though the terrain was particularly challenging. By day 4, we'd reached our second checkpoint and set up camp on a high ridge that gave us a good vantage point of the surrounding area. Our camp was simple but effective. 4 small tents, a common area where we could cook and plan, and a perimeter we'd established for security. The elevation was about 5,000 feet, with snow on the ground, but not deep enough to require snowshoes. The weather had been clear, but brutally cold, with temperatures dropping to around -20 at night. That particular day had been uneventful. We'd reached the checkpoint by noon, set up camp, and spent the afternoon reviewing maps and planning our route to the final checkpoint. As evening approached, I volunteered to take the first watch. In training like this, we always maintained security protocols, just like we would in a combat zone. My position was at the eastern edge of our camp, where the ridge we were on provided a perfect view of the adjacent valley and the mountain slope beyond it. It was around 6 in the evening, still light enough to see clearly, one of those long Alaskan winter twilights where the sun sets, but darkness takes hours to fully arrive. I was sitting on a rock, scanning the area through my binoculars, more out of habit than any expectation of seeing anything. We were the only humans for miles. No other units were training in the area, and it was too remote for hikers or hunters. The valley below was about half a mile across, with a frozen stream running through it. And on the other side was a steep mountain slope, mostly grey rock with patches of snow. I'd been on watch for about an hour when I noticed movement on the opposite mountain slope. At first, I thought it might be a moose or maybe a bear, though bears should have been hibernating that time of year. I raised my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through those lenses made me freeze. There was definitely something moving along the base of the mountain slope, but it wasn't a moose or a bear. It was walking upright on two legs with a smooth, deliberate gait. Its arms, if that's what they were, swung rhythmically at its sides as it walked. It was dark, either black or a very dark brown, and stood out clearly against the pale grey of the rocky slope. My first rational thought was that it must be a person, maybe another military unit we hadn't been informed about, or some extremely adventurous hiker. But as I watched it move, that explanation quickly fell apart. This thing was big, really big, and its proportions were all wrong for a human. It was covering ground with long, uniform strides that seemed too efficient, too powerful for a person navigating that difficult terrain. I watched, completely transfixed, as it crossed a patch of snow. Against the white background, I could make out its silhouette more clearly. Broad shoulders, long arms, a head that seemed to sit directly on those shoulders with little or no neck. It was moving with a fluid grace that was unnerving, like it was perfectly adapted to this harsh landscape. "Hey!" I called over my shoulder, not wanting to take my eyes off the figure. "Guys, come look at this." I heard movement behind me as a couple of my teammates approached. "What is it?" one of them asked. "On the opposite slope," I said, handing over the binoculars. "Tell me what you see." He was quiet for a moment as he focused. Then I heard his sharp intake of breath. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. By now, others from our unit had gathered around, curious about the commotion. One by one, they took turns with the binoculars, and I watched their expressions change from curiosity to confusion to something approaching fear. These were combat-hardened soldiers, men who had faced firefights and IEDs without flinching, but whatever was moving across that mountain slope was affecting them in a way enemy combatants never had. Someone pulled out the high-powered spotting scope we used for reconnaissance, setting it up on its tripod for a better view. I got another look through this stronger optic, and the details only made the situation more unsettling. The figure was definitely bipedal, walking fully upright in a way that no bear or other known animal could maintain for that distance. Its body was covered in what appeared to be hair or fur, uniformly dark. Its movements were smooth and deliberate, navigating the rocky, partially snow-covered terrain with an ease that seemed impossible. "That's not a person," someone behind me said, stating what we were all thinking. "No human moves like that," another agreed. We watched in silence as the figure continued its journey across the slope, moving from left to right from our perspective. It never slowed, never seemed to struggle with the terrain. It just walked with that same steady, powerful gait, arms swinging, occasionally disappearing behind an outcropping of rock, only to emerge again moments later. After about 5 minutes of observation, someone finally asked the question we were all thinking, "What the hell are we looking at?" No one had an answer. The rational part of my brain was cycling through possibilities. A bear with some kind of deformity that forced it to walk upright. An unusually large and oddly proportioned human, maybe even some kind of experimental suit or equipment being tested by another military unit. But none of these explanations felt right. Whatever we were seeing moved too naturally, too purposefully to be explained away so easily. "Should we report this?" one of my teammates asked. Our commanding officer, who had been silently watching through the scope, finally spoke, And say what? That we saw a large, unidentified bipedal creature walking across a mountain. They'd think we're hallucinating from altitude sickness. He had a point. Without evidence beyond our eyewitness accounts, any report would likely be dismissed, or worse, might reflect badly on our unit's reliability. As we continued watching, the figure reached an area where the slope became steeper, with what looked like a near vertical section of rock face. Any human would have needed climbing gear to navigate it safely, but this thing didn't hesitate. It simply adjusted its path slightly and began to ascend the steep section with the same smooth efficiency it had shown on flatter ground, using its long arms to grasp handholds and pull itself up when necessary. That's when the first real jolt of fear hit me. Whatever this was, it wasn't just unusual. It was something completely outside my understanding of what exists in the natural world. The way it moved, the obvious strength and agility it possessed, the comfort with which it navigated terrain that would challenge even the most experienced human climbers. All of it spoke to something not just unknown, but something that shouldn't exist. "It's climbing that section like it's nothing," someone whispered, a note of awe in their voice. "No gear, no hesitation," another added. "That's at least a Class 4 climb." We fell silent again, watching as the figure reached the top of the steep section and continued its journey across the upper part of the slope, now at a higher elevation than before, but still clearly visible through our optics. After about 15 minutes of total observation time, the figure disappeared into a dense patch of trees near the top of the ridge and didn't re-emerge. We kept watching for another 20 minutes, but there was no further sign of it. As the light began to fade more noticeably, we finally stepped back from our observation point and looked at each other. The expressions on my teammates' faces mirrored what I was feeling: confusion, disbelief, and an underlying current of fear that none of us wanted to acknowledge. "We should take shifts watching that slope," our CO finally said. "If it comes back, I want to know about it." No one argued. In fact, there was an unusual eagerness to take watch shifts that night, not because anyone wanted to see the thing again, but because suddenly the idea of sleeping while that thing might be out there felt impossible. As darkness fell completely, our camp atmosphere changed dramatically. Normally, evenings during training exercises were relatively relaxed. Guys would joke around, share stories, maybe play cards before turning in. Not that night. Everyone stayed close to the fire, conversations were hushed, and there was a constant scanning of the darkness beyond our perimeter. These were men I'd served with in combat zones, guys who could sleep through mortar fire and wake up ready to fight. But that night, no one wanted to be the first to go to their tent. When we finally did rotate to sleep, those in the tents lay awake, listening to every sound from the surrounding wilderness. I took the midnight to 2 a.m. watch shift. The night was clear and cold, with a 3/4 moon providing enough light to see the general outlines of the valley below, though not enough detail to spot anything moving. I sat with my back to the fire, trying to preserve my night vision, thermal scope at the ready. Every sound made me tense, the crack of a branch expanding in the cold, the distant rumble of ice shifting on the frozen stream below, the occasional whisper of wind through the sparse trees. My mind kept replaying what we'd seen, trying to force it into some kind of recognizable category. But the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that what we had witnessed was something science hadn't acknowledged, something that existed in the remote places of the world rarely seen by human eyes. I've always considered myself a rational person. I don't believe in the supernatural or monsters or any of that. But sitting there in the cold darkness, knowing what I had seen moving across that mountain with such unnatural grace and power, I felt something I hadn't felt since childhood. That primal fear of the unknown, the certainty that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. My watch shift passed without incident, but I didn't sleep when I was relieved. None of us got much sleep that night. When dawn finally came, there was a palpable sense of relief among the group. as if the light itself was a shield against whatever we had seen. Over a tense breakfast, we discussed what to do next. Some suggested we should go down to the valley and across to the slope to look for tracks or other evidence. But despite all of us being curious, no one actually volunteered for this mission. The thought of getting closer to where we'd seen that thing, especially if it might still be in the area, was more disturbing than I want to admit. We need to move to the next checkpoint anyway, our CO finally decided. And it's in the opposite direction. No one objected. In fact, we packed up camp in record time, everyone eager to put distance between ourselves and that valley. As we shouldered our packs and prepared to move out, I took one last look through the binoculars at the slope where we'd seen the figure. In the clear morning light, it looked perfectly ordinary, just rocks and snow and scattered trees. But I knew what we had seen. The rest of the training exercise passed without incident, but the easy camaraderie that had characterized our unit before was subdued. We completed our tasks efficiently, professionally, but the joking and casual banter never fully returned. Each night, those on watch seemed more alert, more tense than usual, and those sleeping did so lightly, ready to wake at the slightest unusual sound. When we were finally extracted by helicopter on day 10, there was none of the usual celebration at completing a successful exercise, just a quiet relief at returning to the base, to civilization, to a world that made sense. Later, back at our home base, a few of us tried researching what we might have seen. We looked into reports of unusual wildlife sightings in Alaska, read accounts of traditional native stories about creatures in the mountains. Some of what we found resonated with our experience. Stories of large, hair-covered bipedal beings seen in remote areas, creatures that moved with surprising agility across difficult terrain. We never filed an official report about what we saw. What would we have said? That 12 special reconnaissance soldiers had spotted what folklore would call a Sasquatch or Bigfoot. That would have ended careers, or at least led to psychiatric evaluations. So we kept it between ourselves, an experience shared but rarely discussed, even among our tight-knit group. I've been out of the military for several years now, but I still keep in touch with most of the guys from that unit. Occasionally, when we get together, someone will reference the thing on the mountain, usually after a few drinks. We never elaborate much, just acknowledge that we all saw it, that it was real, that it changed something in us. Because that's the truth of it. Seeing that thing walking across the mountain changed something fundamental in how I view the world. Before that day, I thought I understood the boundaries of reality, the limits of what exists. Now, I know better. Now, I know there are things out there, in the remote corners of the world, that defy explanation. I still go hiking and camping in wilderness areas. I still love the outdoors, the mountains, the solitude of nature. But I view these spaces differently now, with a deeper awareness that I'm a visitor in a realm that may contain things science hasn't documented, creatures that perhaps have been watching humans from the shadows for centuries. And sometimes, when I'm alone on a trail and the light is fading, I find myself scanning distant slopes, half expecting to see a dark figure walking with that same smooth, powerful gait we witnessed that day. Part of me hopes I never see it again, but another part wonders if it's out there still, moving through the mountains with that unnatural grace, existing in a world parallel to ours, rarely glimpsed, but undeniably real. Just last weekend, I was hiking alone in the Cascades. As dusk approached, I found myself hurrying back toward the trailhead, a nameless anxiety building as the shadows lengthened. I stopped to catch my breath on a ridge overlooking a valley similar to the one in Alaska, and something made me raise my binoculars and scan the opposite slope. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw movement, a dark shape against the gray rock. My heart nearly stopped. Then whatever it was disappeared behind an outcropping and didn't re-emerge. Maybe it was nothing, a shadow, a large bird, my imagination. But I didn't wait around to find out. Some things once seen can never be unseen, and some knowledge once gained changes you forever. Story 15. The Red Watcher. I've told this story maybe a dozen times since it happened in 2009, and every time I tell it, people give me that look. You know the one, that sure buddy expression people get when they think you're either lying or crazy. I don't blame them. If someone told me this story, I'd probably have the same reaction. But I know what I saw that day in Fairbanks. I know it was real, and what makes it even worse is that I wasn't the only one who saw it. It happened on a Wednesday in mid-July. The exact date is burned into my memory, July 15th, 2009. I was working as a contractor for an engineering firm in Fairbanks, Alaska at the time. That summer was particularly busy, and I'd been putting in long hours at various job sites around town. That day, I'd been at a commercial construction project on the north side of the city, and I was heading home around 6 in the evening. It was a beautiful summer evening, the kind Alaska is famous for. The sun was still high in the sky. This was Fairbanks in July, after all, when it stays light until almost midnight. The temperature was in the mid-70s, warm enough that I had my windows down as I drove, enjoying the fresh air after being on a dusty construction site all day. I was driving south on Auburn Drive, which runs near Pearl Creek Elementary School. If you know the area, it's fairly residential, but with patches of dense forest between the neighborhoods and around the school grounds. The road there has gentle curves and small hills, typical for that part of Fairbanks. I wasn't in any particular rush. Traffic was light, and I was just cruising along, thinking about what I might make for dinner. The radio was playing some song I don't remember, and I was tapping my fingers on the steering wheel, just a normal drive home on a normal weekday. As I came around one of the curves, I noticed what I initially thought was a man standing on the right side of the road, about 100 meters ahead. Nothing alarming about that. Probably just a local resident checking their mail or waiting to cross. But as I got closer, maybe 50 meters away, something started to feel off. The figure wasn't moving like a person would. It was completely still, almost unnaturally so. And there was something about its proportions that didn't look quite right. It was then that I realized out loud, literally saying the words, "That's not a man." The moment those words left my mouth, as if it had heard me somehow, the figure suddenly moved. And the way it moved, that's what really made my blood run cold. It didn't turn and walk away like a person would. It didn't even run like a person would. It darted into the forest toward the school with this explosive burst of speed that reminded me of a startled wild animal. Instantaneous, instinctive, without a moment's hesitation. 1 second it was there, and the next it was crashing through the underbrush at the edge of the road. I hit the brakes immediately, my truck skidding slightly on the asphalt. I pulled over right where the figure had been standing, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. I rolled down the passenger window and looked out into the woods where it had disappeared. Incredibly, I could still see it moving through the trees. It hadn't gone far enough to be out of sight yet. And now, with it in motion and with a clearer view, I could see details that made no sense, details that shouldn't have been possible. It was covered completely in hair, not fur exactly, but hair about 4 inches long, and the color was unmistakable, a striking rusty red that stood out vividly against the green foliage. It wasn't wearing clothes. The hair covered its entire body. It was around 6 feet tall, maybe a bit less, and looked to weigh about 200 pounds, solid but not massive. But the strangest part, the detail that still haunts me, was how it moved. It had this bizarre, almost bouncing gait that I've never seen in any human or animal. One leg seemed to push normally against the ground, but the other leg would launch the creature slightly upward while propelling it forward. It created this odd, rhythmic motion that was both efficient and completely alien. I sat there in my truck, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. trying to process what I was seeing. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't a moose. It sure as hell wasn't a person in a costume. It moved with too much natural fluidity, too much raw animal power to be anything but a living creature. But it wasn't any creature I'd ever seen before or even heard about outside of campfire stories and questionable TV documentaries. As the initial shock began to wear off, my curiosity kicked in. I put my truck in drive and quickly accelerated to the next curve in the road, thinking I could maybe cut it off, get a better look. I made a sharp turn at the next intersection, trying to intercept the direction it was heading. I parked quickly, jumped out of my truck, and looked into the woods from this new angle. But it was gone. The vegetation was thicker here, with more undergrowth and taller trees, and I couldn't spot that rusty red color anymore. I stood there at the edge of the road, scanning the forest, listening for any sound of movement. But there was nothing, just the normal ambient sounds of birds and the distant noise of occasional traffic. I must have stayed there for 15 minutes, hoping for another glimpse, trying to convince myself of what I'd just seen. Eventually, I got back in my truck and drove home, my mind racing the entire way. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the sighting over and over in my head, questioning myself, wondering if there was any rational explanation. Could it have been a bear with some kind of condition that caused hair loss and forced it to walk upright? Could it have been an elaborate prank by someone in a costume? But the movement was too natural, too fluid. No costume could mimic that strange gait, that explosive burst of speed. The next morning, I decided to go back to the area in daylight. I told myself I was looking for evidence, tracks, broken branches, tufts of hair, anything that could confirm what I'd seen. But honestly, I think part of me was hoping to convince myself it had been a misidentification, that in the clear light of day, I'd realize it was just a deer or a person that somehow looked strange from that angle or in that light. I parked in roughly the same spot and walked to where I'd seen the figure standing. The shoulder of the road was gravel and hard-packed dirt, not the kind of surface that would show clear footprints. I searched the area where it had entered the woods, looking for any sign of its passage, but the undergrowth had mostly sprung back into place. If there had been broken branches or disturbed vegetation, it wasn't obvious to my untrained eye. As I was about to give up and leave, a couple walked by with their dog. They lived in the neighborhood out for their morning walk. I hesitated, then decided to ask if they'd seen or heard anything unusual recently. I tried to be casual, not wanting to sound crazy. "Hey, quick question," I said. "I was driving through here yesterday evening and saw something strange run into the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual around here lately?" The couple exchanged a look that immediately made my heart rate pick up. They weren't dismissing me. They weren't looking at me like I was crazy. "Actually," the woman said, "something weird did happen last week. We were walking by the soccer field at the school over there." She pointed toward Pearl Creek Elementary. "And 3 kids came running up to us, all excited and scared at the same time. They were yelling, 'Did you see the Sasquatch? Did you see it?' We thought they were just playing around, you know how kids are. But they seemed genuinely frightened." I felt a chill run down my spine. "These kids," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, "did they say what it looked like?" The man nodded. "They said it was red. Reddish-brown. We figured they'd seen a fox or maybe a bear cub and let their imaginations run wild. But they were pretty adamant about what they'd seen." I thanked them and went back to my truck, my mind reeling. Kids saw something red in the same area, something they called a Sasquatch. And then, a week later, I see a hair-covered, rusty red bipedal creature in almost the same location. The coincidence was too much to ignore. After much debate with myself, I decided to report what I'd seen to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I figured if there was some unknown animal in the area, especially one hanging around an elementary school, they should know about it. The call went about as well as you'd expect. The person I spoke with was professional, but clearly skeptical. They took down my information and the details of the sighting, but I could tell from their tone that they weren't taking it seriously. When I mentioned the children's sighting and used the word Sasquatch, I could practically hear them mentally filing my report under crank calls. They assured me they'd look into it, but I knew they wouldn't. I considered going to the local newspaper, but quickly decided against it. I had a professional reputation to maintain, and being known as the Sasquatch guy wouldn't exactly help my career as an engineer. So I kept quiet about it, telling only a few close friends who I trusted not to spread it around or ridicule me. Over the next few weeks, I found myself driving down Auburn Drive far more often than necessary, always scanning the woods, always hoping, or maybe fearing, I'd see it again. I never did, at least not definitely. Once, I thought I glimpsed something rusty red moving between trees, but it was too quick, too distant to be sure. I also started researching, reading everything I could find about Sasquatch or Bigfoot sightings in Alaska. It turns out there's quite a history of them, especially around Fairbanks and in the Chena River area. Many of the descriptions matched what I'd seen: the reddish hair, the size, the incredible speed and agility. Reading these accounts was both validating and disturbing. Validating because it suggested I wasn't crazy, that others had seen similar creatures. Disturbing because it meant this thing was real and it had been living undetected, or at least unacknowledged by science, in the areas where people lived, worked, and sent their children to school. But what haunted me most, what still keeps me up some nights, was the realization I had when I was replaying the encounter in my head for the 100th time. When I first spotted the creature, it was just standing there by the side of the road, completely still. It wasn't just passing through, it wasn't just traveling from one patch of woods to another, it was watching. It was standing at the edge of the forest, looking toward Pearl Creek Elementary School. And at that time of year, in mid-July, the school would have had summer programs running. There would have been children there, playing in the schoolyard, maybe working in the garden that the school maintained. This thing, whatever it was, had positioned itself where it could observe the school and the children. And the children had seen it too just a week earlier. It had been there before. It had been watching before. That realization made my blood run cold in a way that the initial sighting hadn't. The idea that this creature wasn't just passing through, but was deliberately observing human activity, observing children, added a level of intelligence and purpose that was deeply unsettling. In the years since then, I've moved away from Fairbanks, but I still think about what I saw that day. I still wonder what it was, where it came from, and most importantly, why it was watching the school. Was it merely curious? Was it drawn by the sounds of playing children? Or was there some darker purpose to its observation? I've told this story to a few people in the years since it happened. Most react with polite skepticism. Some suggest I saw a bear with mange or some other condition. Others think I misinterpreted a human in unusual clothing. A few believe me completely, usually because they've had their own unexplainable encounters in the Alaska wilderness. I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a person. It was something else. Something that moved with both animal power and a strange, almost human-like deliberateness. Something that was watching us while we remained largely oblivious to its existence. The most disturbing part? If it hadn't been startled by my approach, if it hadn't darted into the woods when I got too close, I might never have noticed it at all. It blended in just enough at a distance to be mistaken for a person standing still. How many times have these creatures been there, just at the edge of our awareness, watching us while we remain unaware of their presence? How many times have we walked or driven past them, not realizing what was observing us from just a few dozen meters away? I still have family in Fairbanks, and I visit occasionally. Every time I'm there, I find myself driving down Auburn Drive, past Pearl Creek Elementary, scanning the edge of the forest. I never tell my family or friends what I'm looking for. They'd think I was obsessed, maybe even unhinged. But I know it's still out there, maybe not in that exact spot, but somewhere in the vast forests that surround Fairbanks, watching, waiting, observing us as we go about our lives, blissfully unaware of what shares our world. Last month, during my most recent visit to Fairbanks, I was driving past the school around dusk. The playground was empty, the building dark for the evening. As I slowed to take the curve in the road, movement caught my eye. Just a flicker at the edge of the trees. I hit the brakes, my heart suddenly racing, and stared hard into the gathering shadows beneath the pines. For just a moment, I thought I saw it again. That same rusty red color, that same odd proportions. But as quickly as I spotted it, it was gone, leaving me sitting there in my idling car, wondering if my eyes had played tricks on me, or if, after all these years, it had returned to its watching place. Or maybe it had never left at all.